list is doing its job tonight, man. The last couple songs have been pretty solid. I haven't flipped through this whole thing. I've just got it down random, but this is nice little lead in for the night. Welcome in. My name is Joe, better known as NFLosophy on Twitch and on Twitter. Thank you guys for coming in. For those of you guys that are here from Twitter, appreciate you clicking on the link while you're here. Drop a follow. Hit the little bell for the notification for whenever I go live on Twitch. For those of you guys that got the notification or are here because you got the notification on your phone, on your computer, whatever it might be, because you were already following on Twitch. Thank you so much. It is going to be a hell of a night. So we have so much to talk about. This is probably the biggest night that we've had so far, right? So as far as everything else going on in the season, this was one of the biggest weeks. So we knew it was going to be one of the biggest weeks, right? So we knew that this was going to be a major weekend, especially for some of the teams that were kind of floating in the middle of the pack, maybe 500 or a little under, trying to recover, trying to keep from basically getting kicked out of the playoffs and not having any shot, right? And it turned out that most of those teams stepped up to the plate, and we'll talk about who those guys are. We'll talk about every game that was on the slate in week 10. It's just, there's so much to talk about this week. Good teams. There are no good teams in the NFL. There are lots of mediocre teams, and they're all kind of just jumbled up somewhere in the middle. Last week we talked about how the AFC was very muddy, but the NFC seemed to be pretty top heavy. And then all of a sudden everybody at the top lost this week. So there's a lot up in the air right now, in the NFL, and what a fun week. I mean, this is one of those things where you look at it and you go into the week and this was, I mean, if you look at going into week 9, like I feel like we have a pretty good idea of where everybody is kind of sitting. We have a good idea of where people are headed. And then all of a sudden week 9 happens, the Bills lose to the Jets and some other upsets happen. And then we're like, wow, the NFL is full of parity. And then week 10 happens and it's like, what the hell is going on? Right? Like why are we in this particular situation now? I mean, just so many different games from this particular week that turned out in a way that a lot of people didn't see coming. Some of them we saw coming, some of them we didn't, right? Miami, and we probably should have known on Thursday night. When Miami thumped Baltimore, we probably should have known, hey, this is going to be a weird week. Because Miami had no business, based on the talent of that team, beating the Baltimore Ravens, a team that is generally much better. But hey, all it takes is being better on one night, right? And Miami was better on Thursday night. Miami ends up with a huge win. Indianapolis escapes Jacksonville. Carolina thumps Arizona. I mean, from tape to tape, they own that game. Cam comes back, gets his first couple of touchdowns, one throwing, one passing. He's in mostly on short yardage, but still got his reps in. Dallas just takes Atlanta behind the woodshed, 43-3 in that particular game. Philly, Denver, which was supposed to be a very close game, I think was the closest line of the week. And then Philly ends up winning 30-13. We'll talk about specifically what happened in that game. Philly on showing a little bit this week of a little bit of fight this week, and we'll talk about if they still have anything left in the tank as well. Seattle, Green Bay. I've told you guys I wasn't particularly excited about that game, and it turned out to be a little bit of a dud. Both quarterbacks come back rusty. We'll get into that one as well, but Green Bay wins. That's a huge one for them. And I think it's even bigger for Seattle, and we'll talk specifically about why. New England 45-7 over Cleveland. Massive win for them. They are squarely in the playoff picture now, and the Browns are left to be figuring out what do we do with Baker. New Orleans, Tennessee. Man, the NFL has a refereeing problem, and it reared its ugly head in that particular game. And it's going to continue to be a problem until something is done. We'll talk about why it matters for that particular game. Detroit, Pitt, the miserable bowl. I mean, that was just, if not only were they miserable, but if you're watching that game, you're miserable as well. as always, there's somebody when a tie happens. There's always somebody that comes out and said, "Oh, I didn't." A player, coach, somebody like that that says, "I didn't know the game could end in a tie. That NFL games could end in a tie." Always somebody. Kansas City, Vegas. We're gonna spend a bit of time on that particular game. That one has a lot of lessons to be taken from it, in particular, and we'll talk about why that is. Minnesota, LAC. We know Minnesota is gonna play close games. Chargers, they needed this one. This was supposed to be a big game for them, and it turned out pretty close to what we thought it was gonna be. And then Tampa, Washington, one of the bigger upsets of the year. I've heard a lot of people say this is maybe the upset of the year. I mean, not if you're paying attention. Not if you were here on Sunday and listened to the pregame show. You knew that this was very well within the realm of possibility, because we talked about specifically about how Washington was a bad matchup. They were last year, they are this year. Said it last year, said it this year again. You can't skate into this game and think that you're just going to walk out with a W. That's not how it needs to go. Tampa wasn't ready, and Washington earned every bit of the W that they acquired for that game. And then finally, Rams, San Francisco. That one is another. That one to me was San Francisco said, "Hey, we're on the verge of being kicked off the cliff, right? Like, and fallen into the abyss of now we're playing for draft picks and or draft position, even though they don't have their draft pick, their number one overall draft pick, which everybody tells me every time I say San Francisco may be playing for draft position. Everybody's like, they don't have the. I know that, but they have multiple draft picks. So, but San Francisco comes out, takes it to the Rams. This is a couple times now in recent weeks that the Rams have shown some vulnerabilities. Is that a big deal? What does that look like going forward? We'll talk about that as well. Huge week, right? But a lot of fun, a lot of stuff to talk about. Again, if you're here, my name is Joe. I am NFLosophy on Twitch and on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're new, feel free to say hi in the chat or sit around and listen. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm right. Tell me what games you want to talk about and what was interesting to you from the week. Happy to talk through it with everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. With that being said, let's get into it. So for me, I do want to look up one thing today, because I do think that. So one of the things that we talked about in the pregame show on Sunday was how the Ravens on Thursday night, they've got to figure out their run game, man. They can't keep putting the ghost of Devontae Freeman and the ghost of Le'Veon Bell out there. Really surprised that they didn't give Tyson some more snaps. He looked pretty spry whenever they gave him snaps earlier in the season, and I have no idea why they didn't continue with that. And then they go and they sign Devontae Freeman. They sign Le'Veon Bell. And all of a sudden, those two become the two lead backs. And to me, neither one of those guys looked nearly as good as what Tyson Williams looked earlier in the year. So was surprised to see that happening. And as of today, Le'Veon Bell is no longer a Raven. He was released today. Some news of Chase Young is out for the Washington football team. I still want to call them by their old name. I'll never get used to that until they actually have a different name that I can call them, and still probably won't get used to it even then. But Le'Veon Bell's out. Le'Veon Bell released, Chase Young out for the season. Kind of a brutal week for some injuries. It's that time of the year where injuries are going to continue to take their toll, and depth is going to be a big part of it. It's one of the least talked about elements of football and being able to be successful late in the season. And we talked about it on Thursday and on Sunday. It's going to continue to be a bigger deal, and nobody really talks about it until it becomes a problem. Until you need depth, nobody cares about depth, and there are going to be some people that need depth. But it's definitely end of November and into December is where it becomes absolutely crucial and even critical to good teams trying to maintain their place in the hunt. So a lot of good games to get to. We're going to get straight to it, man. I really feel like this is going to be I always say, oh, this is going to be a quick show. I don't feel like this one's going to be a quick show because we've got a lot of stuff to talk about. So thank you guys for tuning in. Any particular comments or anything that you guys want to discuss this week? Happy to do it. We'll go through all of the games. There's just so much to talk about. I can't recap it all ahead of time. And then we'll get into team tiers. We'll go through and we'll rank everybody. And for the most part, after the last few weeks, we haven't had to make a ton of adjustments. This week, I feel like we're going to have to make a ton of adjustments. This week kind of flipped a lot of what we know on its head and basically said, we don't know anything. Nobody knows anything about the NFL anymore. From week to week, anything can change and any team can beat any given Sunday, right? But that's what makes the NFL so fun. That's why we do this. That's why we're here. That's why we stay interested, why we continue to turn in every Thursday, Sunday, and Monday. So welcome in. Let's go ahead and get into our first game. So we won't spend a ton of time. We never spend a ton of time in this game because we always recap it a couple of times. So we always preview the Thursday night game. On Thursday night, we cover what happened on the Sunday pregame show, and then we touch on a couple other things about it. So Baltimore, Miami. What stood out to me after a rewatch of this game was the Ravens felt like they came in very unprepared in this particular game, right? So typically the Ravens are one of the better coached teams, but they were not prepared for what Miami brung, and it feels really weird. I mean, this was a bad game for both teams on offense, specifically, right? So Miami 3 of 13 on third down. Baltimore was 2 of 14. The difference in the game is 3 turnovers for Baltimore, which helped Miami overcome 11 penalties for 97 yards. So a little bit sloppy on both sides. Maybe what the biggest positive in this game, and I hate to say this about somebody getting hurt, but Brissett getting hurt was actually a good thing for Miami. I don't understand why Tua wasn't healthy enough to start if he was healthy enough to be a backup. Don't understand that logic, but Brissett gets hurt, he comes in and he does what they need him to do on offense. We talked about this a little bit and how Brissett holds on to the ball and it gets a blitzing team like Baltimore, that becomes a major issue. You saw that against the Bucs, like when the Bucs can get pressure, Brissett was just a bad matchup, or was a great matchup for that Bucs defense. Baltimore, same thing. They saw Brissett was going to be in there and know that he likes to hold on to the ball, and they're saying, man, we got to get after this guy because we're going to be able to take him down. Brissett goes down. Now all of a sudden you've got Tua who comes in and gets rid of the ball fairly quickly. He loves to throw those quick outs, the speed outs, and doesn't spend a whole lot of time in the pocket. He actually escapes the pocket probably a little bit too early most of the time. So he's not just going to stand around and wait for the rush to get there, right? It's not what he does. I think Tua was the better matchup for Miami in this game against the Ravens. When Tua comes in, that offense starts to get a little bit more rhythm to it. Now, doesn't mean that I think Tua is going to be a great quarterback going forward or anything like that. Still a very young guy, but there's some physical limitations that he's got that's going to be an issue going forward. So him coming in is probably a big thing. One of the lesser talked about factors of this game and Miami being able to win. And after going back and watching this game, what I was surprised about is how unprepared the Ravens were for the blitz, and specifically the zero blitz. Miami is one of the heaviest blitzing teams in the NFL. They were definitely top 2, I think, before last week. Now they're definitely in first place after bringing it on an incredible amount of plays last week. And it's not like they were just bringing in one single extra guy. They were mixing it up. They were bringing multiple guys from multiple places. A ton of those blitzes were coming from cornerbacks off the edge. And they were rotating the line and the linebackers around from the opposite side to be able to help. They knew what they wanted to do. They said, hey, we're going to blitz the daylights out of Lamar, and we're going to be stout up the middle and not get too much space to not let him, get through any of those running lanes. Crossover, welcome in. Miami wasn't even disguising a lot of their cover zero either. They were not. Miami said, here, we're coming after you, and we're going to get after it. And good luck trying to beat it. And here's the thing. If Hollywood Brown makes a few catches, probably looks a little bit different. But when you put pressure on a quarterback, the ball's going to come out a little bit earlier. Receivers aren't quite as ready. Couple more mistakes happen, right? Like these are small details, but in a game where the margin of error is so small and so slim, every little bit helps, every little bit adds up. Marquise Brown, if it's funny, if you go back, Marquise Brown, his drop rate increases with the amount of pressure that Lamar is under. That's not a coincidence. Like that's an important, that's a key, that's a feature to blitzing Lamar, right? Not a bug. It's really interesting to see, but that's just kind of how it is. And hey, big ups to Miami, who came into this game with a hell of a game plan on defense. Um, I'm surprised the Ravens weren't more prepared for this. They have Wink freaking Martindale as their defensive coordinator, who probably loves the zero blitz more than any defensive coordinator in the league. And the Ravens just weren't ready for it. It caused the O-line problems. It caused Lamar problems. And because of that, he was off. And I hate when I do that. Lamar was off in every facet of his game. And because of that, he had a condensed time frame for decision making. He wasn't as clean in his decision making, wasn't as clean in his throws. It was just a rough game all around for the Ravens. So it's a good game for Miami. Now, look, I don't think that this changes anything about how Miami is. I think that they figured out a good game plan. They brought it. Can they do it again in the next game? Doesn't seem like it. But maybe they learned something about themselves in this game, and now they figure it out, reapply themselves, and go through a bit of a different strategy in the next game. But huge win for Miami. It's actually a huge win in the in the framework of it actually drops them a little bit lower in in the draft. So more of a pain for Philly than anybody, right? So good for Miami, bad for Baltimore. Baltimore, man, that AFC North, you don't want to be first in that, because it feels like, and I know this isn't the case, we actually looked it up, but it feels like if you're first in the AFC North, you're probably due for a loss. It's just kind of it's very back and forth. You win one week, you lose the next week, and everybody flips, and that's just a rotating dial in the AFC North of who's leading that division. But that should make it very fun coming down to the end of the year. Crossover, they showed it, brought it, and the Ravens had no counter. That's what I was surprised about, is that the Ravens, they weren't prepared for it at first, and they didn't really counter for it. It's like they thought that Miami wasn't going to keep bringing that blitz, that heavy of a blitz all game. They basically said, hey, they're not going to be able to do this all game. Or they felt like, hey, we're still able to get the ball out. Hollywood Brown has his opportunities, and that's probably why Brown had 12 or 13 targets in the game. He had 13, I think he had 13 targets and 6 catches. Like, they probably felt like, hey, this is our guy. When we get one-on-one, because they're going to have to blitz, we're going to keep tossing it up to him. He'll eventually catch one of them. And he just never eventually caught one of them. So maybe that was it. Maybe that's why they thought they were going to be able to get past it. I thought the slants to Hollywood would get the job done, but I guess not. Yeah. It just never seemed to click for him, man. Like I said, Lamar having to get the ball out so quickly. And the thing is when you're bringing blitzes, right? You know that the quarterback has to get the ball out quickly. So when you're bringing that heavy of a blitz as Miami did against Baltimore, those corners are creeping up and they're sitting at the line and they're trying to jam you to get you off, to make sure you don't get off the line of scrimmage clean and get to the spot, because they know that if they can hold you up for half a second or a second, it's going to probably cause a sack for the quarterback. 6 for 13 for 37 yards for Hollywood. That's just not good enough, man. Just not good enough. And some of it's Lamar, some of it's Hollywood. So, or Bakersfield, right? Bakersfield Brown in that particular game. But I mean, that's it, right? Like they often they kind of go how Hollywood goes, because he ends up with some of those deep catches, or deep targets, I should say, that if they end up as catches, they're touchdowns, and if they fall to the ground, then it's just an incompletion. So A huge. It's more of a huge loss for Baltimore than it is a huge win for Miami. Miami's not going to be doing anything this year, other than trying to play spoiler for the draft pick that they gave away. Dolphins secondary did a nice job as well, limiting the explosive plays. Rookie safety Javon Holland had a nice game back there. Yeah, I mean that's a thing, right? Is we've known all along crossover is that Miami has a good secondary, and that's what allows them to blitz. They blitz at a 38% rate, which is higher than anybody else in the NFL. I think it was 38% before. Is it 38% now? Still, let me see. As I'm looking that up, but like the thing is their amount of blitzing, they can't blitz if they don't have a secondary to back it up, and they know that they have the secondary to back it up. So good for them, because that was a hell of a game. They are 38.2% in blitz rate. That's actually second now to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Bucks blitz at 40%. Now, it's actually funny because the Bucks blitz to try to, and this is probably the problem, right? For the Bucks, and we could talk about this with the Bucks and Washington game here in a minute. But the Bucks blitz to try to protect their quarterbacks, and Miami blitzes because they have good cornerbacks, and neither one of those are necessarily wrong. It just depends on the context. And I think Dean Pease did a great job. We talked about this before. Dean Pease did a great job of explaining it, right? Like, pressure is pressure. Blitzing is just a way to get pressure. But ideally, you would like to get pressure while only rushing 4 people, or really 3 or 2. Or if you could get pressure just rushing 1 person, that would be the best, that's the best thing in the world. But most teams have to rush 4 to be able to get any type of consistent pressure. Now, every time that you bring an extra person to blitz, now all of a sudden, if you're playing zone behind that, you've got 1 less person in zone. Those gaps get bigger, get wider. If you have bad corners now have to cover more space when you blitz in front of them. So blitzing doesn't necessarily create better corners or make it easier. Pressure does. Pressure allows corners to be better because they don't have to guard for as long or as tightly, because when the ball comes out, it's usually not as accurate whenever there's pressure there. So just blitzing just because you think you need to protect your corners, maybe that's what Todd Bowles needs to reconsider. Maybe blitzing isn't exactly what he needs to do, because they do have enough guys that can get pressure up front without him having to blitz. Miami blitzes because they know they've got guys behind them that can actually stand up against it. Now, Byron Jones, Xavier Howard Byron Jones and Xavier Howard end up having some good games, some bad games. It's not necessarily, just because they're good doesn't mean they end up with good games every game. So that's the context in the chess match that happens in every single game. Let's see. If Noah was any good, Miami would have a crazy trio. Yeah. And I mean, at this point, crossover, if they could have a run game, Miami would probably be okay. But that offensive line is probably the worst in the league. So, which is why I'm surprised that Tua was, I mean, the best way to combat pressure is just to get rid of the ball quickly. It's not extra people. It's nothing like that. Get rid of the ball quickly. Throw it out. Throw slants. Throw the speed outs that they like to run. Get rid of the ball quickly and get short yardage, and create first downs. And then all of a sudden, blitzing stops, and pressure doesn't. There's less pressure to be had. So, Gabe, welcome in, brother. That's why Atlanta doesn't blitz. Yep, that's exactly right. I was stealing Dean Pease's quote, actually, Gabe. And his conversation in the presser about that. So, moving on, but yeah, again, Baltimore tends to be a week-to-week matchup, very hard to take. You learn more about them every week, but then you have to take that, put it in a nice, neat little box and set it over here and say, okay, I have these boxes lined up of the last 9 weeks of games for Baltimore. And now I'm going and looking at the next game and going, okay, this box looks most like these 2 or 3 boxes. Take those 3 boxes out. How did Baltimore play them? Okay, that's probably what we need to apply to this game. Like, that's how Baltimore plays, and how you have to look at it. So individually, bad game by Baltimore. They came in very unprepared, specifically on offense. Buffalo, New York Jets. So Josh Allen, maybe best game of the season, and that's saying a lot because they have absolutely trounced some teams. Oh, wait a second. Who was it? Man, I meant to go back and look at the chat logs. But who was it that said that they were driving the Mike White hype train? Somebody on Sunday was saying that they were the conductor of the Mike White hype train. And I wanted to check in on them because I wanted to see if they survived the derailment of the Mike White hype train. I mean, it's hard to have a game that bad. Mike White tried to give the ball away 7 or 8 times in that game, and Buffalo was just like, yeah, not this time. We've had enough. We're full. We don't want your footballs. I mean, if you want to talk about the Mike White hype train, it at best you can say it derailed. At worst, it disintegrated. I mean, I forgot who was saying that they were the conductor, but hopefully they just made it out before before it crashed. Guess there was a reason Wilson didn't play versus Buffalo. Well, there was. So they're saying that he wasn't fully 100%. And I don't know if they were using that as an excuse, Gabe, just to let, I don't know if they were using that as an excuse just to let Mike White get another game under his belt and see what he could do, or if he actually wasn't 100%. We'll never know, but it makes sense. So, and that's right. It could have been a bit of both. They could have been just keeping him out against a Buffalo team and saying, hey, you know what? Probably not the best matchup for us to bring our rookie quarterback back in. But yeah, an absolute trouncing. Bills 45, Jets 17. Josh Allen had he probably had 10 big time throws or close to it in this game. Just a massive game. Pushed the ball down the field, didn't miss. The Jets played single high all day and got absolutely torched with it. Again, there's a theme. There's a theme here. More single high, all of a sudden teams are going deep. Teams before, Jags played mostly too high against Allen, forced him into some trouble and some bad throws. Like, let's put a pin on that one. Single high, you can get the ball downfield. Too high, quarterbacks that like to throw downfield tend to struggle. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that in one of our games later. Diggs, 8 for 162. Gabriel Davis had over 100 yards. Basically, everyone on the Bills offense jumped in on the fun on this one. If you were in a Bills jersey on Sunday, you probably caught a pass, and that includes some passes from Mike White while he was throwing it. For the Jets, they're bad again, right? Like, this is, everybody's like, oh, maybe the Jets are good. Maybe Mike White can get them there. Maybe they're not. Maybe they never deserve to even be back in the conversation again. I never got on the Mike White hype train. A lot of fun to watch. Said it before. Look, he could potentially be a better fit for this offense now, but that does not mean that he's the better quarterback. Period. And like, those two things can be true at the same time. And when you go in and you throw 4 interceptions, and I think he had 7 passes that were able to be intercepted, I think, if I remember correctly. Just, I mean, woof. They may eventually go with Joe Flacco at some point again. So it's funny because they've had Mike White, Josh Johnson, Joe Flacco, and Zach Wilson. So I'm curious as to how this plays out. The Robert Saleh defense, you're right, Gabe, has been bad all season. That defensive line, every once in a while, the defensive line shows up and it makes it look it makes the Jets look semi-competent on defense. But if that defensive line doesn't show up, they give up 30 or 40 a game easily. So I would imagine Zach Wilson coming back next week. To be fair, Saleh doesn't have any players to run any scheme effectively. You're right. I mean, like I said, the defensive line is the only place that they don't necessarily need upgrades, or is probably the strongest part of that particular of the defense. Now, are they good? No. Are they good enough? Maybe. They still need a dominant pass rusher, which they don't have. I just there's without that and with a terrible secondary and bad linebacker play. I mean, they didn't have an interception all season until last week. I think it was last week. They had their first interception, which is insane. All right, let's get into the next one. All right. So as part of our recaps, we always like to talk about what we discussed on Sunday. What we in our preview on Thursday and then our Sunday matchup breakdowns, right? So, if you guys remember on Sunday, my comments about this game were if Tampa Bay comes in unprepared and uninspired, I forget what I didn't use the word uninspired, but if they don't come into this game prepared and ready to win, they could have some problems. Washington matches up very uniquely with the Bucks. And I said this last year in the playoffs and said, "Hey, if the Bucks aren't prepared, like Washington could potentially take them out." And then they struggled a little bit last year, escape with a win in that game. Taylor Heineke does a good amount, but ends up turning it over too much last year. This year, he doesn't turn it over. They come in, they run to the. So it's funny. All of the things that we've been talking about with the Bucks. How do you beat the Bucks? Right? You have to be able to block them up front. They're gonna bring blitzes. If you can block them up front, if you can hold extra people in, if you've got a good enough offensive line, and you can block them up front, you're gonna have open receivers to throw to. Even Taylor Heineke can hit some of these open receivers. You're going to be able to attack the secondary. You've got to be able to control the ball. I'm actually going to stand up because it is hot in here tonight. It's actually been chilly in Tampa. Well, chilly for Tampa, right? So it's been dropping down into the 50s, and for whatever reason, we've turned our AC off, and because we've turned our AC off, it's now hot as all get out inside the house. But a standing desk is a miracle, by the way. Highly recommend a standing desk if you work from home and don't have a standing desk. I would highly suggest you getting a standing desk. It makes me feel like way less of a slob. Put a fan on. I don't like the noise of the fan in the background whenever I'm streaming. I'll just turn the AC on. Crossover. I knew it wasn't going to be the Bucks day when DeAndre Carter scored that great TD, great throw catch. That was. I mean, but look, I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about, right? So block them up front, and you're probably going to get one-on-ones in the secondary because the Bucks love to blitz more than any team in the NFL. Todd Bowles, it's what he does, right? Likes to mix it up, likes to blitz, run some zone behind it. We'll play a decent amount of man too. Like he'll mix it up, but prefers to rely on zone. And then all of a sudden, you flip it around, and on defense, if you're able to get pressure, if you could beat the Bucks up front by only rushing 4 and putting a little bit of pressure on Tom Brady, this defense is built to go deep. If you can get pressure without having to go one-on-one with Mike Evans or Chris Godwin or Gronk or whoever is out there, you can probably keep them from having big plays. Now, the defensive line for Washington is pretty good. Chase Young on the edge played pretty well. Wasn't dominant, but played pretty well. Had a couple of pressures in there before, unfortunately, he gets hurt and is out for the year now. But the guy that we talked about that was going to be key to this game for Washington and also for the Bucks, because if they allowed him to kind of get loose in the middle and cause some problems, that's when Brady starts kind of eroding, right? His throws go downhill from there. And that's exactly what happened. Jonathan Allen, who I think is actually the best defensive lineman that Washington has. Jonathan Allen ends up having a few pressures early on, has a massive hit on Brady. So I think it was the third play from scrimmage for the Bucks, and he just shucks Marpet's hands. Free shot on Brady. Absolutely drills him on an out. And from there, it felt like Brady was just not interested in trying to push the ball downfield. And it sounds weird that one little play like that could impact somebody's mentality, but It absolutely does. If Brady feels like he's going to get hurt, if he's going to get hit that much and that hard, because it was a shot. Um, if he's going to get hit that much, that hard, and that quickly, he's not going to want to hold on to the ball very long. And I don't know if that played into it. I don't know if that's why Brady did what he did in this particular game, but Brady was not inclined to hold on to the ball. Brady was so interested in taking every check down that he could get, especially early on in the game. He was not interested in pushing the football down the field. There's one play where he checks it down to, I can't remember if it's Lenny or Gio, but he checks it down to Lenny, I think. And he had Mike up the seam wide open. Now, look, the thing about that particular play and somebody asked me about it and asked me about, I think Pewter Report broke it down and said, look, based on the way that play was lined up and played out, he couldn't have known that the player that was over top of Mike Evans wouldn't carry his route higher. And that's true. That's absolutely true. However, old Brady, the Brady that I watched last year when he was absolutely slinging it and in the good games this year, he's not looking for that dump off first. He's checking to make sure that guy doesn't carry Evans up the seam, or that guy actually does carry Evans up the seam before he then turns and looks at the check down. Brady looked straight for the check down and never even thought about Mike. Never even thought about it. And that's why I was talking about earlier today. I get the sense that Brady doesn't trust Mike Evans. I mean, he certainly doesn't trust him as much as he trusts Gronk and AB. I'll tell you that much. One of the interceptions came on a throw to Mike. It looked like a horrible throw by Brady. It was a horrible throw by Brady, but there was something, I remember somebody said something about Mike wasn't where he was supposed to be on that particular play, which only plays more into why Brady wouldn't continue throwing him the ball. And you can say, well, they had the 40-yarder later, and I'm like, well, that 40-yard touchdown or whatever it was to Evans is one of the easiest touchdowns they're going to have all year. I mean, it's one of the easiest they showed, Washington on that play showed single high. The safety showed that he was coming down into the box, and they showed that they had one-on-one coverage on the outside with Mike, and it was a shorter guy, I forget who the corner was, pressed up against Mike. Mike just simply gives him one quick swim move. He's 2 steps past him before the guy ever even gets turned around. All Brady has to do is check and make sure that safety actually stayed down in the box, and then he just easy. I could have made that throw. Brady's going to make that throw 100 times out of 100. And the middle of the field safety was so far away that there was just no way that he was ever going to be able to get there to be able to interfere or cause any kind of a problem for that play. I mean, go back and watch it. It's just so simple. And those type of throws, the ones where Mike's open or he's got those isolations or it's something where there's an obvious matchup win, especially down inside the red zone, Brady will throw those to him all day long. Brady doesn't have interest in looking at Mike unless it's super favorable. It is what it is. Brady loves for his guys to be where they're supposed to be, see what he sees, and react to it the way that he reacts to it. And Mike isn't that type of receiver, and that's fine. Mike is still a phenomenal receiver. It doesn't make him a bad receiver. Somebody tweeted me, yeah, but he's got X number of catches for 600 yards and 8 touchdowns or whatever. And I said, it's fantastic. Imagine what it could be if they were actually on the same page, if Brady actually trusted him. But I think it's pretty clear to me. But yeah, Brady had no interest. This was take the under Tom today or on Sunday. It was, I think Lenny had Lenny had 8 receptions. I think he had 9 targets. Gio had 3 targets. Brady rarely threw the ball past 10 yards until the game was starting to come under pressure late in the third quarter and early and into the fourth quarter. I mean, honestly, when watching this game, Washington on offense did everything that they needed to do. Heineke protected the football while making some good throws. He managed pressure okay, and he was able to throw at the secondary. The Washington wide receivers ran open a good amount. Heineke had a ton of opportunities. Washington managed the clock pretty well with the run game. Gibson had 24 carries for 64 yards. That's a lot of attempts for not a lot of yards, which was good because that keeps Brady off the field. And I think that was a huge piece for them. They held the ball for 39 minutes on offense. That means their defense only had to defend Tom Brady for 21 minutes. That's massive. And those 39 minutes included probably one of the best drives that I've seen all season from a team. I think it's really interesting, right? Because you get into the fourth quarter and you go, okay, we don't want to give, like, we either score quickly or we just try to keep the ball as long as we can and hope that Tom Brady can't come back. And early in the fourth quarter, I think it was like 12 or 14 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Washington gets the ball, and Washington ends up going on a 19-play, 10-minute, and 23-second drive while they're up 23-19. They even go for it on 4th and goal at the 1, shove it in with Antonio Gibson to seal the game at 29-19. It's funny because I feel like someone in Washington must be watching the stream because they did everything that we've been talking about that you need to do against the Bucs, and they did it very, very well. The play from the Bucs on offense felt uninspired. It felt sloppy on defense. They had a number of encroachment penalties or offsides penalties that ended up giving Washington first downs. Look, Washington earned every bit of the W. It was great game management on their part. They didn't let Brady have the ball in the fourth quarter with a chance to win it. Every time Brady had the ball in the fourth quarter, he was down 2 scores. So Washington absolutely nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Terry's third down catch in traffic was so clutch. Terry was clutch. Terry got banged up a little bit in this game. Was it WJ3? I don't know. I don't remember who the corner was, Gabe. It might have been. But yeah, it's look, and if we want to talk about Brady and if he played, how poorly he played. So he didn't play that bad. It was just that he wasn't as aggressive as he should have been against what is generally a bad secondary, right? And I will say this, Washington, one of the smaller things that happened in this game was Washington showed a bunch of coverages and disguised them and then rotated into something else a good amount in this game. They didn't run anything complicated, but they disguised what they were doing pretty well. They showed cover 3 or single high. They rotated into cover 2. They played a little bit of quarters here and there. They blitzed every once in a while selectively. I thought they were really smart. So when early in the game, when Chase Young wasn't injured and was still playing, they matched 2 tight ends with 5 linemen. So they went heavy on the line of scrimmage to stop the run, and then they put everybody else in pass. And they basically said, we're not going to let you throw to your tight ends deep down the field, but we're still going to be pretty heavy up front so that we can stop the run. We're going to let you have 3 or 4 yards a carry on these if you want them, but we're not going to let you throw because we know you like to do this. Thought that was super smart. When Chase Young gets hurt, they amended that a little bit, started playing some over fronts a little bit to be able to kind of get that same thing with them. I thought 55 Holcomb for Washington played pretty well in this game. Landon Collins wasn't bad. He was a safety, but he was more of a box safety for the most part. There's just so much to talk about in terms of what Washington did. I need to go back and watch the defense a little bit more for the Bucs, but Brady's interceptions, one was really probably more of a fumble, right? So one was a under route to Jalen Darden. The Washington was showing cover 3, rotated into cover 2. Brady checks down as he did all day. Darden gets hit because there's traffic right there. It's not immediately, but Darden basically catches the ball and goes to put it away. And as soon as he goes to put it away, he gets hit, ball pops up in the air. And as we talked about, when there's traffic around, popped up balls end up as interceptions. That's exactly what happened. The second interception was just, to me, it looked like a horrible throw. Part of me says that Brady threw it where Evans was supposed to be. but it was still a bad throw by Brady because he led Evans too much, and it looked like it would have been an overthrow anyways. So it was either a miscommunication or a bad throw. Either way, Brady never should have thrown that. It goes directly to the safety. That was an easy one. One of the tiny elements of this game that I didn't actually count how many times this happened, but Brady rarely threw to the far side of the field. If he was on one hash, he threw either to the closed side of the field or to the middle of the field. He never threw to the far side, to the far sideline. Don't know why that was. Sometimes that can indicate that there's an injury, that a guy doesn't have it, but Brady's arm looked fine. Like he still looked like he had juice in the shoulder. So I'm not sure why that would be, or if it's just something that just happened randomly in this game, but something I thought I would call out. Washington was also 11 of 18 on third down. That was huge. Converted a ton. That hit was very close to a flag. Oh, it was, but close. Should be data for that. The hardest throw in football. Yeah, from the far hash to the sideline. I get it. It's not like it's not like it is in college, right? It's not like the hash is so close to the other sideline that it's that big of a throw. And Brady's got plenty of arm to do it generally. It's just if I'm curious if there was something to that. Just something I noticed that I had never noticed before, Brady. But that's it. Washington came in with the exact game plan that we talk about every week. This is how you beat them. I mean, this is the blueprint. Now, look, again, it's the blueprint if you have a team like Washington. And somebody said, well, Dallas came in and they threw it 40 times and they kept up with the Bucs. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Dallas has one of the best trio of wide receivers in the NFL, a top 10 quarterback, and two of the best running backs in the NFL. And they also have probably one of the top 3 or at least top 5 offensive lines. That's a little bit different situation than the Washington freaking football team. Like, have some context, have some nuance about your argument. Like, Washington isn't going to play the same way that Dallas is. Dallas said, screw the run game. We can throw it on you 50 times and we're going to be just fine. And they were right. They were 100% right. But they also left Zeke and the running backs and the tight ends in to help block and help support and make sure that the pass rush from the Bucs didn't get home. So you can't do that unless you have stellar wide receivers. If Washington did that, the Bucs would have doubled Terry McLaurin on every play, and the Washington never would have moved the ball. So again, Washington ran the ball even when they weren't supposed to. But the thing is that's when they were supposed to. They need to get those reps in, keep the ball away from Brady. So fantastic game. Scott Turner had a great game in terms of play calling. Did everything that they needed to do. Heineke played well enough. Ron Rivera and that defense, I think, was probably one of the biggest pieces. Though I don't think they did anything specific to create those turnovers. I think there were just more errors on the offense. Whenever you play uninspired on offense and sloppy on defense, you can get beat by any team in the NFL. And Brady, I feel like Brady really wants his security blanket back. I think he wants his blankie. Gronk is his blankie, and he needs his blankie, or at least give him AB back. So we'll see. Weird game, but not unsurprising if you guys have been paying attention. So if Martin was in there, they run more. I don't think so. I think they decided in that game, Gabe, that I think Dallas decided that they were going to throw the ball. That's why they left Zeke in the backfield to be able to help pass block. And they also said that I think they ran the ball 13 times in that game, if I remember correctly. And if I remember correctly, I want to say Kellen Moore said that they actually called 26 running plays, but Dak either audibled at the line of scrimmage or it was a RPO where Dak decided to throw on that particular play. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Everybody's worried about the Bucs. I am not worried about the Bucs. This is who they are. If they don't keep the foot on the gas, if Brady doesn't come out ready to just absolutely torch every team and doesn't have the fire every single week, it's going to be a problem. They can be beat, especially if this secondary can't get their shit together. And I know they're banged up and injured and all of that, but Bowles has got to find a better job, has to do a better job of protecting the secondary. I just feel like the secondary shouldn't be this bad. And as we talked about, just because the secondary is bad doesn't mean you need to blitz all the time to help protect them. Figure out other ways to get pressure, man. Part of playing in the NFL. Sorry, I'm going to eat nerds tonight. I need sugar. All right, let's see. Atlanta and Dallas. So, whenever we came into this game, my take on this game is that Dallas is going to be able to score points. I think Atlanta and the offense that they've been playing, they could potentially be able to keep up with Dallas. Now, I didn't know that Dallas was going to drop 43. I thought that they might drop 30-ish or so. And that Atlanta would come in. But this was the Dan Quinn revenge game. He dug deep into his bag in this one and made sure that Atlanta didn't. What's the Herman Boone line? Make sure that they don't sniff the end zone. That they don't cross the line of scrimmage the rest of the night. Dallas puts up 29 points in the second quarter thanks to Atlanta going 3 and out twice, and then a block punt for a TD by Dallas that just turned it into an absolute drubbing. Steele again. So we talked about Steele getting the start at left tackle last week, how bad he was and how that blew up the game for Dallas and how Denver took advantage of it. Steele got the start at left tackle again. I'm surprised they did it again. Was waiting for them to flip Steele back to right tackle and let Lyle Collins go over to left, but they decided to stick with the strategy that they had last week. They see something that I don't, which I mean, they get to see these guys in practice all day, every day. So they're probably smarter. They are definitely smarter than I am. I mean, I guess the thing I would say about Steele is if you want to get right in pass blocking, a good way to do that is to go up against Dante Fowler, who just isn't very good. I know Fowler was supposed to be this really good pass rusher out of college, out of Florida, and it just never materialized. And he was taken way above where he should have been, if we're being honest. But I do think Steele played better. He was at least competent. Played at the level of being competent this week. And then Dallas definitely tried to hide him a little bit too. They hit him a little bit with play calling, gave him a little bit of support, got the quick game going a little bit in certain situations. They didn't put him under a ton of stress by making him try to block one-on-one for long periods of time. This game comes down to Dallas owning the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. Micah Parsons is special, dude. Micah Parsons is I am fascinated by watching that dude every single game. He is a lot of fun to watch because he is a terror for an offense. He'll play linebacker. He plays very well off the ball. And then when they lose an edge rusher, they just put him on the line of scrimmage. And then he turns into one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. Not just rookie pass rushers, but actual overall one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. He's been terrific. When you have a strong pass rush, it's a good combo to have with an aggressive cornerback that's as good as Trayvon Diggs. It allows Diggs to be more aggressive, and Diggs' ball skills are just stupid good. I mean, think about it. Every week, how many interceptions are thrown to cornerbacks that they just drop? And I've never seen Trayvon Diggs drop one. If it's in his vicinity, he's able to get two hands on it, it's his. And the interception that he had in this one was just a great catch over and behind his head. Like, it's impressive to watch him play. It's impressive to watch Micah Parsons play. Dallas has done a really good job with their personnel recently. And those two guys are going to be, they look like they're going to be very good players for a very long time for Dallas. Again, I knew Dallas was going to be able to put up points, but where I went wrong in this game is thinking that Atlanta would be able to potentially keep up. But Dallas is ridiculous pass rush. They had a good plan around Pitts. to keep him from being overly successful. They put Diggs on Pitts a good amount. Not all game, but they did in certain situations. They weren't afraid to use Diggs on Pitts. Um, Pitts still had 4 for 60, but that's much better than the lines that he's been having. Those 60 yards were more than half of Matt Ryan's total yards for the day. Patterson was shut down. I do want to go back and look at the all 22 to look and see um, how that happened. When you hold Cordell Patterson to 4 rushes for 25 yards, 2 targets, 1 catch for 14 yards, that's pretty impressive. There was just no offense for Atlanta, and it's hard to do anything whenever your O-line is just getting massacred up front. Crossover Parsons is such a chess piece. Reminds me of what I thought Anthony Barr was going to be. Anthony Barr is still a good player. He's just not quite he's a good off the ball linebacker. I think he's just not as he's not a um he's not a pass rusher like Parsons is. Does Diggs have better hands than his brother? No. Stefan's got better hands. Diggs having Stefan his brother must really help. Yes. Yeah, I definitely think it helps. Both in his preparation as well as him being able to catch the ball. But yeah, Stephon Diggs has better hands. No, it's a fair question to ask about Trayvon, to be honest. Free Matt Ryan. Matt's in a good spot, I think, with Arthur Smith and what they potentially could do in Atlanta. But man, they're going to need some free agent signings. They're going to need some free agent signings along the offensive line. They're going to need some draft picks along the offensive line, and they're going to have to hit on some late round picks for them. It's a bad situation there as far as the offensive line in Atlanta. All right, what's next? Yeah, 4-star wide receiver to Bama in 26. That makes sense. I mean, he's got the hands for it. All right. Let's see. New Orleans and Tennessee. Atlanta was quite literally nothing when Patterson got. Yeah. Atlanta, like I said, Atlanta generates a good amount of their offense just by generating positive personnel matchups with the use of Cordell Patterson. And I said this on Monday night, but one of the things that I loved that San Francisco did is they started using Deebo Samuel in a Cordell Patterson type of role. They were stealing some of the concepts that Arthur Smith uses. Look, they use Deebo Samuel in sweeps and jet motion and all of that stuff, and they've used them in the backfield every once in a while. But Deebo, when they started using Deebo in very concentrated focus and purpose in the backfield, that it was super smart because they, like I said, they did what Arthur Smith has done with Patterson. They lined him up. If there's a corner out there and they don't like that matchup, they'll roll Deebo Samuel back into the backfield and then run him. And now they've got blockers galore because now all of a sudden you've got a running back that's out in a route, and now you've got a linebacker moved out on him, and you've got the corner that's now inside of the box. So you've got a much lighter box just by rotating a linebacker out and a cornerback in, and then you give it to Deebo Samuel, and Shanahan's great at scheming up these run plays, right? So you get these run plays schemed up, and you get a guard on a cornerback, and that's going to be a gigantic hole every time. So super smart by Shanahan on Monday night, but we'll talk a little bit about that more later. All right, New Orleans, Tennessee. Probably won't. Won't spend a ton of time on this particular game simply because I do think that there are probably more interesting games that we can spend time on. This was a very good game. Don't get me wrong. The Saints tried to pull off the upset, but the refs just said, "No, sir, you may not." Yeah, that's what this particular synopsis is going to be about, Gabe. Sean Payton was livid, and rightfully so, about a roughing the passer call that negates a Ryan Tannehill throws an interception in the end zone. It's negated because of a roughing the passer call where Tannehill basically gets chest bumped by the defender. I mean, that's the best way for me to describe it. Sean Payton had every reason to be livid, Gabe. And it was in the second quarter, but it changes the complexion of the game. And what happens is Ryan, it should have been an interception. Tennessee or Saints take over the ball. No points scored. They get the ball back. Hopefully, they drive down, they do whatever. Tannehill gets another shot at it, and then they go in and they score. And it changes the complexion of the game before halftime. And it's so unfortunate. I just hate seeing crap like that because as much as we don't want the refs to be involved in the game any more than they should be, they are always there at critical points. In the state of refereeing as it is today, and the state of let's call it fandom, is everybody gets mad whenever a call basically goes against them, right? Because if it goes against you, then it's either no, that wasn't actually a penalty because you can excuse it away, or hey, they don't call that all the time on the other guys, so why are you calling it on our guys? Like, those are always the two. And if it goes against the other team, then you're basically just like, okay, cool, thanks, appreciate it, and just kind of don't look at it. So it's just the nature of humans to forget the ones that go for you and always look at the ones that go against you. So it's never as bad as it seems. But this year, the refereeing has been probably the worst that I've ever seen. Like I said on Twitter, the refereeing is going to have to get better. With the NFL inviting gambling into the game more, the refs will play such a massive part in the outcome of games and the outcome of betting lines that people with power and money are going to start wanting to have a say in it. Now, Goodell believes that refereeing isn't really affecting the outcomes of games and that it's just a PR problem for the NFL. It's not a competitive problem, it's just a PR problem. And look, when I say that, that's not a guess. I'm not inferring anything. Goodell believes it's just a PR problem. The problem is I think that's gonna end up coming back to bite him. The lack of upkeep with the referees, the system in which they operate on, it's not good enough. And Goodell's going to have to start paying attention and making some changes. We'll see what happens. But I'm expecting this to become a major point in the offseason because the refereeing has eroded so much to the point it's undeniable that it's impacting the outcomes of games, not only in terms of wins and losses, but also for a lot of the bettors out there. So something's going to need to change, right? Money talks. But this is a game where the outcome was probably affected specifically by one play. There were other bad calls in the game, don't get me wrong. You can't just have one bad call. It was just this one was so egregious. And if you haven't seen it, go Google it. Tannehill roughing the passer. I'm sure you can find it pretty quickly. But it's pretty bad. He also was saying at the press conference, he was just trying not to get fined. Hopefully the Sky Judge helps. XFL did it super well. They're not there yet with the Sky Judge. Stuff like that, they're going to leave to whoever made the call on the field, right? And I don't think that the Sky Judge the Sky Judge is only there to fix reviewable plays, right? So if it's inside of 2 minutes, if it's stuff like that, like they're there to help when they can actually impose themselves. They aren't actually there to go in and overturn calls just willy-nilly whenever it makes sense to do so. It's the Sky Judge is there so that when challenges happen or when something is super obvious and it's within a given time frame, they can make those calls. With the sake of my sanity, can we skip the Detroit-Pittsburgh game? No crossover. We got to talk about it, even if it's just for a second. Trust me, I don't want to talk about it any more than you actually want to listen to it. Because that whole game was miserable for everybody. Um, as far as the actual game for the Titans and Saints, the question we had coming into the game: can the Titans find an offense? Because while the last couple of weeks they haven't really, without Derrick Henry, they haven't been able to generate a consistent offense. We were wondering if they were going to be able to do it this week. It turns out the answer is no. But what they did find in offense was enough. 29 carries, 66 yards on the ground for Tennessee. Tannehill wasn't great, but he was good enough. 19 for 27, 213 and a touchdown, no turnovers. And I think that no turnovers is key. Again, Julio out on IR. And the thing is they've played good defenses in the Rams and in the Saints. So we have to take that into account whenever we're looking at hey, can they generate offense without Derrick Henry? They played two of the best offensive defenses in the NFL. But I do think we still have to consider that they are vulnerable. Saints still put up 373 yards on offense. Simeon wasn't bad in this. He was definitely good enough. Taysom Hill didn't factor into the game as much as I thought he would. He had a very similar line to his previous week with 2 dropbacks, 11 yards, 3 rushes, 23 yards, 1 catch for 15 yards. Peyton has been really good in figuring out how to move the ball. It just feels like against good teams, they have to be perfect. No matter what is thrown at Peyton, he just kind of polishes it up and makes something worthwhile out of it. But it's just that Tannehill penalty, man. It's just such a massive play in this game, and it's so unfortunate. I feel bad for the Saints. You take that away, and it's a different ball game all the way around. And maybe Tennessee still ends up winning, but it's just it brings it all into question, and that's unfortunate. I can't believe I watched that with my own eyes. You're still talking about Detroit, I'm sure. Have to give props to Vrabel and the Titans for finding ways to win games, because I think that roster is so susceptible. Vrabel's my coach of the year, man. I fully believe that Vrabel should be coach of the year, especially now with 2 wins. Like, are the Titans for real? Listen to this. Hang on, give me 1 second. I need to look this up. Are the Titans for real? Like, we talk about how teams play bad schedules and they look pretty good, and we need to be fairly aware of that, right? The Titans in their last, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Titans in their last 5 have beaten Buffalo, Kansas City, Indianapolis, Los Angeles Rams, and New Orleans Saints. Those are all teams that are vying for playoff spots. All of those teams are, maybe outside of Indy, are playoff worthy at this point. And we know that now. So, I mean, that's an impressive to go 5-0 against those 5 teams. 2 of which were without your best player on offense. And the last one being without 2 of your main skill position players, your biggest threats. It's huge. Mike Vrabel deserves coach of the year right now. I don't think there's any question about it. They do get Houston this week, which is nice. They actually have a very cake schedule going into the end of the year as well. Tennessee does. So they get Houston this week. In 2 weeks, this will be a fun one. Vrabel and Belichick in New England. That'll be a fun game. That's always fun. Bye week. Then they get Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Miami, and Houston again. So Tennessee is the number 1. New England's not the number 1 seed. New England ain't that good, Gabe. Look, I'm relenting on New England. New England is a lot better than I thought, because I underestimated how good Bill Belichick could make this team. But they're not. New England's not number 1 seed. I know. I know you mean at the end of the season, and I'm glad you said that you're trolling. Look, they could end up getting there. They're improving every single week. but I just don't see it, man. That roster is just not good enough. When they face good teams, they're going to play them tightly, but they're probably going to lose. Unless it's the Browns, and then the Browns just don't show up whatsoever. All right. Sorry if I'm eating in your ear. I need sugar for some reason tonight. All right, Jacksonville, Indy. We won't spend a ton of time on this one. Start of the game was exactly what I expected. Colts O-line was dominant. They moved up and down the field. Speed on defense was a problem. And then Carson Wentz flipped the switch to the bad position. And for some reason, the Colts and Reich continued to let Carson throw it. And that almost always ends up being a bad decision when you just let Carson throw it. Which, by the way, this is where context matters, right? So you can go back and you can find clips of me saying, keep your foot on the pedal, don't let up, keep throwing, make sure the game is out of hand, then start running the ball. Here's where context matters. For me, I am always preaching, keep your foot on the gas. And I'm sure that's what Reich was doing. But when your QB is Carson Wentz, when he's basically a turnover waiting to happen, you take your foot off the gas a little bit earlier, especially whenever you have this offensive line and Jonathan Taylor running the ball. You take your foot off the gas as soon as you possibly can. And you have to be aware of that, and you have to play to your strengths. I mean, Carson has two more weird, just stupid plays. He tries to throw the ball with his left hand again, and then there's a little shovel, and there's always something with Carson. Like, I've said this before. It's basically Patrick Mahomes, but he's like the bad version of Patrick, like the bad, like rich, homeless person version of Patrick Mahomes. Because when Patrick Mahomes tries to do too much, he can still be falling to the ground, sidearm at 60 yards on a dime. Carson Wentz is in the grass, falling to the ground, and tries to throw it with his left hand and just basically just tosses it up in the air and says, here, anybody can have it. Like, you got to understand who you're working with. And I'm sure that's what Frank Reich is doing, because I believe Frank Reich is one of the better coaches in the NFL. But holy crap, they almost gave the game away. Jamal Agnew rips off a 66-yarder to make it close. I mean, this was 17-0 for a minute. He's more Jameis. Yes, that's actually that's a good way to put it, Gris. Tired of the hero ball. He's more Jameis than Pat. You're 100% right, Gris. Jameis is a much better comparison. Because it's the whole, like, what the hell were you thinking on that play? I mean, with Pat, you go, okay, I kind of see it. With Jameis, you're going, huh? And then he acts like he doesn't know what's happening. Keep your foot on the gas with Jonathan Taylor. It's exactly right. Just hand the ball off to Jonathan Taylor and let him run behind this offensive line. You were mauling them up front. Why? Why would you do this? Just so many, just WTF whenever I watch him. But the funny thing is in this particular one, it's the Jags, so they can't capitalize on it. And the other thing to call out is we're looking at these games in terms of point spreads, right? Like, we're looking at them as like, hey, you're favored by 10. You should win by 10 points. Coaches don't give a shit. Coaches are going, hey, as long as I win the game, I'm going to win the game. Period. End of story. Don't care. A W is a W. Don't care if I win by 3. Don't care if I win by 40. If I got to win ugly, I'll win ugly. Coaches don't care. They're not playing to the point spread. The point spread is an indication of how much they should win by, or how much one team should be better than the other team by. But that's not how coaches coach or call plays, right? So coaches like to try to keep a 2-score minimum. And once they got up by 3 scores, they're like, oh, okay, 17 points. Okay. We should probably take our foot off the gas. Reich didn't do that. So, like I said, Agnew rips one off for 66 yards. He's an intriguing player. He's talented but inconsistent. He had the 66-yarder, but he also has 5 targets and 0 catches. If Agnew can find any consistency, there's options for this offense. Look, I'm not saying that they're just going to blow the doors off and that they're a talented team or anything like that, but there's options here. Jags pass rush showed signs of life again. That's something to keep an eye on. Josh Allen, the edge rusher, had another good game. I think there's going to be a lot of conversations about Trevor Lawerence this week. He was 16 to 35, 162, 3 sacks, no picks, no TDs, but he did have a fumble loss plus another fumble that he got back. Trevor Lawerence is struggling. The best way to frame up Trevor Lawerence for me is he's putting everything on tape all at once. The highs are pretty high, the lows are pretty low, and he's got everything in between there too. Here's the thing. I still don't worry too much about Trevor. My expectations weren't as high as everyone else's, but the reason for that is coming out of the draft, I thought Trevor Lawerence was going to be a very, very, very good prospect. I did not think he was Andrew Luck. I didn't think he was going to be great just out of completely out of the chute. I think it was going to take time. And I also knew that he was being drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars and Urban Meyer. So my expectations were pretty low, and that changes the whole conversation for me, in my perspective. Everyone else thinks he's this can't miss once in a decade type of prospect. And he's just not. I never thought that he was that, nor did I think he was going to a good situation that was going to allow him to be that. So that's what keeps me from panicking about him. I also think it's hard to evaluate rookies in a scheme that doesn't help them out very much. So my take on Trevor Lawerence is give him time. Give him until next season. Hopefully he's not ruined by then. I think at this point you can look at it and say, all right, he's not going to get ruined. He's not going to get ruined behind this offensive line, hopefully. The problem is they do kind of put him out there just to take as many bullets as he can take. And even at some point, Superman starts to crumble a little bit whenever he's taking enough bullets. So hopefully they don't put him in that bad of a position. Give him until next season with hopefully what is likely a new coaching staff. We talked about it a little bit. I think, I hate to admit it, but Jacksonville seems to be getting better. It just seems like every week they're figuring out a little piece here, a little piece there, a little piece here. I don't think they come in with the best strategy in any given game. I think they come in at a strategy deficit in every game that they come into, and that's purely on the coaching staff. But are the players developing? I think they are. I think the players are developing. Trevor Lawerence is probably one of the ones developing the slowest, but he's also at the toughest position. And they're not really giving him as much help as say some of the other guys. So just a tough situation for them. Indy should have covered this. Indy deserved to cover this. They just didn't. One of those weird games where they were 2 touchdowns better, but it just ends up finishing within the spread. Let's see. Carson has enablers in that building. I mean, they traded for him, right? And they traded a pretty significant draft pick or 2 for him. So it's not like they basically gave him all the leverage in that building. College coaches know the spread for a reason. Yeah, I mean, in college, right? Like if you don't win by the spread, then it could potentially hurt your ranking. If you're favored by 44 and you only win by 10, that is considered a bad outing in college. So I totally understand that because there's rankings to it. It's not just based off of your record. You ready for Joe Barry to be the head coach? Oh my God. Gabe, don't make me time you out. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. But Lordy, that would just be a tragedy of error. Look, Joe Barry, I harped on Joe Barry earlier in the season. I do think the Green Bay defense is getting better. I have questions about why it's better. I have questions about if it's actually Joe Barry that's making that defense better. And we could talk about that another time. But yeah. Could it be groupthink on the part of the evaluators? No, and here's the thing. The hive mind is stronger than one individual person, right? the hive mind will be more accurate on a greater amount of decisions than one really smart person just making all of those decisions by themselves. That's how the hive mind works. Groupthink, which is adjacent to hive mind, is when everybody's thinking the same thing. I think anytime you have a number of voices, just an overwhelming amount of information, right? So think about when you're trying to evaluate a guy like Trevor Lawerence. You have an overwhelming amount of people you never asked for their opinion that's writing pieces on them. You've got the 14-year-old that's in high school who wants to be a journalist who's writing it, who somebody tweets and says, this is actually really good. And it may actually be really good, but you've got that and you read that article. Now that's in your head. And then you read, Scott Pioli's tweets and you read Mike Lombardi's tweets and you read another article of Louis Riddick and Daniel Jeremiah, and they're all saying kind of the same thing, but a little bit different. And then you've got all these media people that now have access to all 22 and can go and watch clips of these guys that are spliced together by people on the internet because YouTube's fantastic. And there's just so much information out there. It's so hard not to be tainted by all of that information. Bill Walsh had a theory. All it matters is how good they are, not where we pick them. Right? Now, there's a balance to that. It's not that simple because if you draft a guy in the first round that ends up being, mediocre, there's still a price to pay for that because there's contracts and dollars and stuff tied to it. And you would rather, and there's opportunity cost in taking that guy versus, taking him in the fourth round where you probably could have got him. So it's not that plain and simple, but for the most part, it's right. It's generally accurate. It matters about, it doesn't, and this is why everybody, if you go back and read some of the books about the Patriots, that talk about them and how they do their drafts, the Patriots will eliminate about 3/4 of draft prospects off their board from the start. These guys either aren't good enough, don't fit our personality profile, or have too many red flags for on-field and off-the-field stuff, and we're just going to wipe them out. And now all of a sudden, we've turned a pool of 500 into 125. And that's what they focus on. And they say, these are our 125 because these are the guys that we have the best chance to hit on. And this is the order that we think that they should go in. And this is the order that we want to draft them in. And we'll abide by this. And if we think that this guy that we really like, that's, 60th on our board, if we think we can get him in the 6th round, we're going to trade down into the 6th round and get that guy while stocking up other trade picks. Because to me, and I've used this analogy before, and I think I even wrote a post on my old website. The draft, the best analogy that I can give you for the draft is imagine you're playing darts against your buddy. And you're both throwing from 10 feet out, right? Throwing darts 10 feet out. If he has 3 darts and you have 3 darts, if you're both about the same, skill level in terms of darts. And in the draft, everybody's about the same skill level. It's pretty much a crapshoot, and the data has shown that over the time. It's pretty much a crapshoot. First round, super valuable. Second round, a little less valuable. Third round, a little less valuable. From there, it basically is it's a wash. You never know what you're going to get basically from probably end of 4 and 5 and into 5 all the way down through the 7th. It's a roll of the dice in 5 through 7, right? So everybody, just assume everybody in the NFL, no matter how big their scouting department is or small, or how good you think their scouting department, generally speaking, they're all pretty much the same in terms of talent when picking picks, and success when picking picks. So if you're playing darts with your buddy, you each have three darts to throw. If you're throwing from 10 feet, that's like the first round. You're probably going to get pretty close. If you have 1 dart and you get to throw that, you have a much higher chance of being able to hit the bullseye or close to it, right? Getting a higher score. Well, now you get into the second round and you take 5 steps back or 5 feet back, right? In darts. So now you're throwing, instead of throwing from 10 feet, now you're throwing from 10 feet or from 15 feet. Okay, fantastic. You got 1 dart. Throw from 15 feet. Got it. Okay. Probably not as close. You may accidentally hit better than what your first one was, but it's most likely going to be an accident, not because not because you're more talented from that distance, but because you got lucky. But for the most part, you're probably going to score a lower score from 15 feet out instead of 10. Okay, now you get to the third round. Take a step back. Now you're at 20 feet. Now you got another dart. Throw from there. Okay, probably towards the edge of the board. You probably hit it. Might not have gotten a great score, but you probably hit something and you probably got some sort of a score for it. Now, that's how it works. And you keep stepping back. 4th, 5th, 6th. Basically, so in the 5th and the 6th and the 7th rounds, you're so far back, you're just hoping to hit something. You're just lobbing the dart and letting it arc, and hopefully it lands somewhere on the board. And if not, no big deal. Now, all of that is with 1 dart for every throw, 1 through 7, right? Now, all of a sudden, imagine you have extra darts, right? So now your buddy's got 7 darts, you've got 7 darts. And you say, hey, I'll trade you my 3rd round dart for your 2nd round dart, but I'll also give you my 7th round dart too. It's all right, cool. Well, now you're changing the balance of the equation, right? And now you've got 2 shots in the 2nd when he's got 2 shots in the 3rd, plus he's got your 7th. And that's where the point system comes in, right? And why points are rated. And so where you're throwing those darts and how many you do. So that's why it's more important for teams to stack up on picks, because that's how they add points. They don't add points by being better, because everybody's pretty much the same skill level. They add points to their dart game, to their scouting game, and to their success in the draft by adding more picks. And the earlier they can get those picks, the better. And oh, by the way, those darts are way cheaper than the free agent darts that are sitting out there too. So there's value in that too, and you're going to be able to hold on to them longer. So that's how I look at it in terms of you can have groupthink, you can have hive mind, you can take all the bias trainings and all of that stuff, and those are all going to help and be effective. And you can put systems in place so that scouts don't talk about players with each other. Hey, love it when you guys get together. I don't want you talking about players. Talk about basketball, talk about baseball, talk about, beer, whatever you want to do. We'll talk about any of that stuff. Do not talk about prospects. I don't want you sharing information, because I don't want you guys talking about it. We'll talk about them when we get in a room together. But I want you to already have your thoughts formed, so you have your own independent thinking when coming in. And I want you to speak up when you get in the room. But I don't want you taking your opinion and adapting it to what he brought, because he's a more senior guy. There's ways around that too. So, but for me, it's always about playing the numbers, man. Always about playing the numbers, play the percentages. Vegas was built on 0.5%. They win 50.5% of the time, and Vegas was built on that. And the Patriots for a long time were built on that. And they got away from it in recent years, but it seems like they finally kind of found their way. Sorry, that was a much longer diatribe than I expected. Let's see. Trevor Lawerence equals Matt Ryan under Bobby P in Atlanta as a rookie. That's fair. That's fair game. I mean, just give him some time. I wonder, Matt Ryan's an interesting comparison. I'd never made that comparison before. Also, for donors who bet money on the line, they run out of guys and trade for picks. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is they've stacked draft picks forever. Now, if you don't hit on any of your darts, it doesn't damn matter how many darts you have. You still got to hit on some of your darts. So, crossover from shock teams don't trade back more often. A lot of teams. So, one of the things that's changed in the past few years is teams are a lot smarter about how they approach free agency, or at least good teams. Good teams now look at players and go, okay, that guy was really good on that team. He was really good in that scheme. Is he going to be good in our scheme? Like, if we ask him to do these things, is he actually going to be good at that? And it's like, what's the old thing? What's the old Einstein of, you know, if you judge a fish on how well he can climb a tree, he's always going to seem inadequate or stupid or whatever it is. Like if you're drafting or if you're going after a free agent defensive line or drafting any player for that matter, and in whatever, whether he's in college or he's or he's on another team and you're watching the film of the other team of him playing on that other team, if you're watching defensive lineman and he plays inside and you say, you know what, I want to get that guy and I want to put him on the outside, you have to understand there's a risk to that. There's a major risk in asking, hey, I like that this guy does this thing right here. Let me go ask him to do something else, and he's going to be just as good. Nope. Nope. Not at all. You didn't fall in love with your wife or your girlfriend, because she's a good cook and then get her home and then say, all right, and then actually judge her on how well she, rides a jet ski or something like that. Right. So yeah, it's just teams are a lot smarter about that now, and it's made free agency a lot cleaner, and it's made the draft just a little less important. Draft's still more important in my opinion. Les Snead and the Rams don't agree. But for me, the draft is definitely still more important. Hodzi, all you have to do is see how much value is inherently not put into the scouting process in the NFL, is see how much scouts get paid. Those guys that go on the road. Here's the thing, man. Those guys that go on the road, they do it for the love of it, and that's the problem with any NFL team. Like I said, I get paid like 30 grand to work 17, 18, 19 hour day, literally 17, 18, 19 hour days in operations, because there's a million people that would do that job for free. There's a million people that would do that scouting job for free. So they don't have to pay them. And by the way, that job, you take that money not because it's money for that job. You take that money because eventually if you work your way up, you're set for life. Hey, I'll take the 30, 40, 50 grand now and be okay with it in the hopes that I earn my way up and I make 100, 300, 400, 500 millions of dollars later on, by being really good at what I do. And it's just part of the system that's in place. How you feel about it is irrelevant. That is the system. I'm just waiting for a team to remove their entire scouting staff, then just leverage from the multitude of boards available from semi-reputable outlets, and then smash them all together and overlay the medicals and interviews. That's there are a million scouting services out there, and teams use them, pretty much all of them, by the way. There are a million scouting services off. So like even teams can't scout every single player that's out there. They use scouting services to get base evaluations off for some of these fringe guys, and then they decide who they want to go send their guys after, or who they want them studying tape on during the week, or whatever it might be. And then they basically make a list and send them out to go see those guys. It's why the combine is so important. Like, don't think that teams are sending guys out to every single football game. They're sending scouts to games to watch specific people and to also keep an eye out for other people that might not be on their radar. To trade back, someone has to be willing to trade up. That's absolutely correct. That's why this year's draft will end up being very interesting, Hodzi, is because the quarterbacks, with the lack of quarterbacks, are there going to be people that want to trade up into those top spots? Defensive tackle is a one gap star and getting 7 or 8 sacks a season. Don't expect the same production or ability if you're going to ask him to 2 gap. It's exactly it. It's a great example. Capacity. What was your record on the weekend leans? Let's see. That was, so Baltimore was an L. Buffalo was a W. Tampa Bay was a W. Atlanta was a L. So what's that? 2 and 2. W on 3. So 3 and 2. What did I pick? Jacksonville, Indy was an L. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm 3-3 so far. Win on the Detroit game. So 4-3. Yikes. 4-4. 5-4. Man, I'm mad at you guys for Carolina, Arizona, by the way. 5-4. We'll call it 5-5. 5-6. That was 6-6, 6-7. What is that? 7-8-7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. Yeah, 8-7. I can't imagine that most NFL teams are really that content with their draft spot. I mean, nobody ever is. You always want. Look, how mad do you get whenever you're doing your fantasy drafts and somebody takes a guy right before you? Right? Like whenever they take a guy right before you and you're like, shit, I wanted that guy, or he goes a couple spots before. Like that's basically how it is in the NFL draft's not that much different. Everybody thinks they know what everybody else is going to do, but nobody really has an idea. Lesney doesn't care about the draft. Rams equal the Lakers now. He'll get there. He'll have to replenish with the draft at some point. They just feel like they have a team that can win now. So they're gonna try to do what they can. That was mostly a tongue-in-cheek comment. They all are, but I take them seriously, Hodsy. Everything I say on here is tongue-in-cheek. What team was that avoided James Blackman because they set at a bar in Stillwater and knew it was off-field issue? I don't remember. I think it might have been the Bucks, actually. Gabe, if I remember correctly. I honestly don't remember, but I do think the Bucks were involved in that somehow. Hey, I said Carolina was going to at least cover. Listen, we'll talk about that one in a second. But I'm yelling at you guys whenever we get to that game chat. Gabe, it's all your fault, by the way. My Carolina Arizona pick. I might have gone against my rule because I thought about it so hard. But Gabe DM'd me on Sunday and said, "Hey, don't forget, don't pick Carolina, or don't pick Carolina. Don't bet against Arizona." About even for everyone this week, it seems. Yeah, I'm mad at myself for some of the picks that I made. Carolina, Arizona was the big one. Vegas, I'm very mad at myself on that particular one. I should have had both of those games. All right, Jacksonville, Indy. What else do we talk about all that? We talked about Lawrence. Let's give Lawrence some time. What else? Yeah, we talked about all that. All right. All right, crossover, you ready? Blame me. It's fine. I wasn't letting you break your rule after you keep saying not to beat it. I appreciate you looking out for me, game. I really do. All right. Detroit, Pittsburgh. Ooh, this was a fun one. So I'm calling this the miserable bowl. Not just because the two teams in it were miserable, but anybody who watched this game was miserable. I don't care if you're a Pittsburgh fan or a Detroit fan, if you're a neither fan. It was ugly. Nobody wanted to win. This game deserved to end in a tie because nobody deserved to win. My only disappointment is that both teams couldn't also get an L in the loss column for it because they both deserve the loss. Look, Detroit blew it. We picked Detroit to win this game. I called it on Sunday morning and said, hey, this is an upset. I thought it might potentially be an upset if Big Ben was in the game. And I was like, nah, probably not. If Big Ben's there, they kind of find a way to do it. And then Big Ben ends up out. And I'm like, oh, this is definitely it. This is the week that they do it. And damn it, they could have. Look, notice I didn't say should have because no one deserved to win it because it was an atrocity of a game. But holy cow. Goes into overtime. Probably one of the worst 40 to 50 yard field goals I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, look, in my head, I'm looking at this kick going, I know he's going to miss this. And I know this is going to be bad. And I was still surprised by how bad it was when it came off of his foot. Like, I don't know that the ball ever got completely above the crossbar. If it did, it wasn't very far over it. A 45-yard kick ends up like 10 yards short. I don't. The poor Lions, man. It was Mark Dominic of the GM of the Bucks on Blackman. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't want to call anybody out, but that's what I thought, game. Um, it's pretty smart. I mean, it works. If he comes in there on every look, the old saying in scouting is, what type of a guy is he without money? Because what type of guy do you think he's going to be whenever you hand him a few $1,000,000? It ain't going to get better, I can tell you that much. Not that often. More often than not, it goes the other way. And that's why the mental evaluation is so, like, fans love to talk about, oh, they look at all these little things and they judge off of these little interviews and these questions, these stupid questions that they ask him. And look, nothing's ever made off of, they don't, it's rare that one question either tanks or elevates a prospect to for somebody who is evaluating him. But it's all a big piece of a big puzzle. And you have to evaluate the mental aspect of it, because how would you change as a person if you got a job that all of a sudden you're now making $3, $4, $5 million as a second round pick? You're going to change as a person. It's gonna happen. It's very hard to stay who you are when you're making that amount of money, especially for a lot of these guys that have never even thought of having that much money in their entire life. Like, these guys don't know how much money a few $1,000,000 actually is until they get their hands on it, and then they don't know what to do with it. So, and that's all the way throughout the draft. So, you have to evaluate the mental aspect of it. I got up on Monday morning to watch my Cards. This game was on and I almost fell asleep again. It's so bad. Wait, Hodzi, where are you from? Because if you got up on Monday morning, I'm not smart enough to figure that out, but you're obviously not here. Australia. Oh, Hodzi, I didn't realize you were in Australia. Wow, that's awesome, dude. Welcome in. Thanks for joining. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, that would be fun actually, to be able to wake up on Monday morning, watch all the games, and then be able to go to, like, I love whenever games are in London, because for us it's 9 a.m. Like, the London games, they start at 9 a.m. or 9:30 for us, and then we basically get to watch football from 9:30 a.m. Eastern time all the way to, midnight whenever they end here. Those are always fun. What do we want to talk about in this game? Jared Goff needs to be benched. I'll just flat out say that Jared Goff needs to sit down. The Lions actually had opportunities and Goff missed a bunch of them by a mile. He had I forget who it was. Was it Cephas that he had that had his guy beat by 2 steps and Goff underthrew him by 7 steps? Like, that should have been a touchdown. Goff actually threw the ball to him, but he just missed the throw. It's David Blau time. Just pull the plug. The offensive line is fine for the Lions. DeAndre Swift continues to be terrific. He had 33 rushes, 130 yards. If the Lions get anything out of Goff in this game, they win. Anything. And then the freaking field goal. It's so disappointing. It was embarrassingly bad. The one key thing that I did want to talk about is Taylor Decker did return from injury in this one, and that means he reinserted at left tackle for the Lions, which moved Penei Sewell over to right tackle. And if you remember, Sewell was struggling mightily at right tackle before Decker's injury, and then they flipped him to left tackle, and he immediately became good again as a rookie. So there was worry that flipping him back to right tackle would potentially be problematic for him and the Lions. Turns out he's okay at right tackle now. He played pretty well, held up decently against Watt most of the day. Watt does end up getting hurt. That makes his job considerably easier towards the end of the game. Ties happen in the NFL. Unfortunately, this game is a great example of the premise that not all close games are fun games, because this was miserable. Sorry, crossover wherever you went. Lions can't go 0-17. That is correct. They can go 0-16-1. They can tie. I guess technically that's still a better record than 0-16. I still think there's gonna be random games or they catch somebody on a bad injury week or something like that. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna end up winning a game. They play too many close games. Like the 0-16 Lions from a few years ago, they got their ass kicked a bunch. These Lions, they don't get thumped. They get thumped every one out of every 3 or 4 weeks. The rest of them are fairly close. It's better because you get the 0.25 for a tie. I don't know how the percentages work on that. That's all I got to say about it. I mean, Pittsburgh, we'll see. Ben might be out next week again, right? So if you're out for COVID, potentially attend. He's vaccinated, so he has different protocols than, say, like Aaron Rodgers, who was automatically out for 10 days. So Ben could potentially be back, but he's got to be asymptomatic. He's got to be able to pass some stress tests to be able to check and see like that he's able to actually compete in an NFL game. So we'll see. Yeah, so see, Gabe, they're already better. Yep, they're already better than the 0-16 Lions from a few years ago. All right, let's get to this game. All right, I'm gonna take it on the chin. Hang on, I gotta make sure to send this out. I need Patriots fans to come in and come gloat. I need them to come gloat about their team is good and I was wrong, and I fully admit that I just never came around on the Patriots. Baker versus man is rough. I think, Gabe, I know we talked about this a little bit. I don't think it was specifically that it was man. I think it was, look, we talk about all the time about how Bill Belichick is really good at putting already here. Welcome in, DB. So for me, we always talk about how Bill Belichick puts rookie quarterbacks in a blender. He had Baker and a professional strength Vitamix this weekend. Baker had no clue what was going on. It wasn't just man, Gabe. It was they ran some rotations and disguises and some trap coverages, and Baker fell for every single one of them. It was like Baker had no clue what he was looking at, but he was still like, you know, that guy that like goes into your into like the rec league basketball or like YMCA or whatever, you're playing out on the courts outside, and he's just fucking terrible, and yet he's out there just jacking up threes, just doesn't care, just every shot just banging off the rim, airballing, and he's still throwing them up and still acting like he's this fantastic player, but he can't hit shit. That's what Baker was. Baker was that confident guy who just came out there and he's like, I'm still going to sling it. I'm still going to sling it no matter what. I don't care that I don't know what I'm doing. Here, take it. And the Patriots said, thank you, sir. May I have another? And it was bad. Look, Cleveland opened the game with a perfect drive. Like, they moved the ball down the field. They own the Patriots up front. They move it down, they score, and then it all goes sideways from there. It would be easy to call this a Murphy's Law game for the Browns, but they just got whipped up and down the field. Pats came to play, and they were not jerking around in this game. The O-line, so the Patriots were phenomenal on both sides of the ball. Great play calling on both sides, offense and defense this week. O-line was dominant, neutralized the pass rush, neutralized Myles Garrett, dominated in the running game. Mac Jones could not miss. Holy smokes, Mac Jones. Mac Jones must have had like my picture and everything that I've said about him the last few weeks on his wall, because that dude looked like he was out to prove some people wrong this week. The TD to Bourne that he had was an absolute dime. It was a trust throw between two defenders, a laser that was high where only his guy was going to be able to get it. Bourne himself looks phenomenal. He's had a big few weeks. I think Bourne's had a few big plays over the last 3 or 4 weeks that's been fun to watch. Incredibly impressive performance from Mac Jones. Look, I don't. He had plenty of big boy throws in this one, which is what we've been criticizing, or I've been criticizing him of. There's nothing I can say about Mac Jones that wasn't good in this game. Pocket presence, arm strength, accuracy, anticipation, it was all there. This is everything that you want to see from Mac Jones. Um, I, you know, here's the thing. It's what I've seen. Bourne first career TD. Was it Bourne? I don't think it was Bourne's first career TD. I think it was Jacoby Myers' first career TD, Gabe, if I remember correctly. I know it was Jacoby's. I don't know if it was Bourne's. I feel like Bourne had a didn't Bourne have the one against didn't Bourne have the TD against Trayvon Diggs in Dallas, I think. I there's nothing bad that I can say about the pay. I mean, they showed up in this game, right? Whenever you trounce a good team, and I still think Cleveland's a good team. Um, there's nothing bad that I can say about them. All the props to the Patriots. One game, and I do this every week. One game is not going to fully change my perspective on any given player or team. It will help me to form a new opinion, but I need a little bit more evidence. And I'm still not totally there on the Pats. Look, they're getting moved up in the tier. They're definitely a playoff team. I think my issue with them still lies um in their roster. I've underestimated how good Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels are. And Mac Jones also. I need to throw him in there. I've continuously underestimated him. He's played better than I've given him credit for. I keep waiting for the adjustments from other teams, but there just seems to be nothing that teams can do to make him have to adjust. So you know, we'll have to wait and see. And I don't know who the Patriots play in the next few weeks, but I'm interested to see when there's a more complex defense what they can do. Atlanta's not going to be at Tennessee. Tennessee in 2 weeks. Tennessee and Buffalo in a couple of weeks. So they got Tennessee in 2 weeks, Buffalo in 3. So that'll be very, very interesting to watch those two games, to see how Tennessee defends them. Does that give anybody else a blueprint on how to manage Mac Jones? The offensive line for the Patriots is playing better. Like, I only have good things to say about the Patriots because there was nothing bad that I could think about for this game for them. If we're talking about Baker, I can't every week, and I've refrained from making this comparison, but every week I can't stop seeing Kirk Cousins in him. I can't stop seeing Baker throw the ball around the field, and it feels like Kirk Cousins. He's an above average QB, but he's good enough that he's going to help you in a game, but he's also going to hurt you in a few key points in it too. He's going to have some great throws. He's going to have some bad throws. Look good most of the time, but when it's time to put his big boy pants on, he doesn't quite fit in them yet. Look, Baker isn't as bad as he played this week, and he's also not as good as he played the week before. He's definitely somewhere in between. But if the Browns are forced to win games on Baker's right shoulder, I can't imagine they're very comfortable with that. Cleveland has such a hard choice ahead of them with Baker, because the question's not just about Baker, right? Baker is if you had the option to just be like, you know what, we're gonna dump Baker and we're gonna get something better. Yes, Baker is a guy that you want to upgrade, right? You want to upgrade from Baker. He's good enough to win some games now. Probably not the type of guy. If he gets on a hot streak, could probably win you 2 or 3, maybe win you a couple playoff games. But it's not a guy that you feel real comfortable about. But it's not just about Baker. It's about, hey, if we let Baker go, what do we replace him with? What do we do? How do we replace a guy like that? You're not going to replace him in the draft. Nobody in this year's draft is as good as Baker Mayfield is. So what do you do for next year? I mean, maybe you get a shot at, maybe you get a shot at Aaron Rodgers. Maybe you get a shot at Deshaun Watson. Maybe like that's the thing is like you gotta figure out what your backup plan is. And if he's Cousins, if we want to continue with that comparison real quick, if you're Washington and you let Cousins go because you're like, yeah, Cousins ain't the guy. How'd that turn out for him? What have they done since then? They're signing Ryan Fitzpatrick and playing Kyle Heineke and Alex Smith. Like, I get it. And look, I'm the guy that I'm the one that wrote what QB purgatory is. I fully understand QB purgatory. But if you're not under the inclination that you are, that Baker is your guy, you still have to make a decision about him. Right? You still have to say, all right, do we keep going with this guy? And if we want to, what is it going to cost us? And is it worth that? And how long are we going to be stuck with him if that's the case? Or do we cut bait and walk away? And if we're going to do that, how do we do that in a way that allows us to reload behind him? And maybe the thing is you pick up his option and then you go and trade him. Right? So you pick up the option that he has in his contract, you pay him for next year, but then you trade him in the offseason. Now, what do you trade him for? I don't know. Deshaun Watson? Hey, we'll give you Baker Mayfield and our first round pick. And we'll take Deshaun Watson if Deshaun will come play for us. Right? Like, I mean, those are your options. I don't think that's a good option and not the type of guy that you want as the face of your franchise. And maybe he doesn't even have all of his court stuff cleared up and maybe he's suspended for next season. Who knows? But we're just throwing out ideas right now. So they're in just such a tough spot. I think the easy answer is you pick up his option and then you figure out what's going on the year behind him. Make him play it out. But I don't think you can pay him $40 million right now. I just don't think you can pay him $40 million right now. Gabe, I won't pay Cousins. It might go worse. But if you don't have an elite QB, not sure you win a Super Bowl without one. Is Joe Flacco elite? I mean, I think you could win it. You just have to be very, very lucky to do so. Yeah, I mean, New England's going to win next week at Atlanta. Don't doubt that in the slightest. Atlanta doesn't have very many weapons, and when they take away Pitts, if Patterson's hurt, that's on Thursday, right? Yeah. I don't see any way Atlanta wins that game. Elite is way more consistent way to do it for sure. But there's not that many. Again, easy to say, oh, just go get an elite quarterback. Fantastic. How? They're not just growing on trees. They're not easy. Look, I said this. I jokingly said the tired way of looking at it is there are no good NFL teams. The wired way to look at it, and I was half joking, but I was only half joking. The wired way to look at it is there are no good QBs. Brady doesn't have a good day. Mac Jones looks way better than Brady on a day where Brady looks completely uninspired against the worst team. So the NFL is just so week to week, it's hard to know. All right, that's Cleveland, New England. Look, Cleveland's still a good football team. I think Belichick puts teams and players in a blender and they have no idea what to do or how to get out of it. And I think sometimes you got to look at New England's a lot like Baltimore. You got to look at it as, hey, this is a bad week. Let's not overthink this. They They got beat. They got outsmarted. Um, like take the L and move on. That unfortunately, that's just how there's. I can make up some bullshit like the morning shows will do and tell you there's something super esoteric and all of these things that you can take out of it. New England's good. Cleveland's good. New England came in with a perfect game plan. Mac Jones was absolutely on fire the entire game. That simple. It also got out of hand a little bit and kind of forced Cleveland out of what they want to do, which when that happens, it's very hard for even good teams to play that way and to win whenever you are able to force them out of what they want to do, which again goes back to the whole way of Belichick making people play left-handed. He forced them out of what they wanted to do. They got up. Now all of a sudden Baker's got to start throwing the ball and they can't run it with Dearness Johnson behind that offensive line. Now mistakes start happening. Snowballs. You get a New England Cleveland game. Very nice of Mac Jones and Christian Barmore to not have a big coaching change in the NFL draft, Gabe. Oh, you mean from Saban to Belichick? Yeah, that's always nice. I mean, look, the offenses are going to be different. Don't get me wrong. Um, the offenses are going to be different, but the defense is probably fairly similar. They use some of the same terminology and all that stuff. Co, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate the follow. Welcome in. Glad you're here. All right, let me type up this. Let's see. What do we want to say about Vikes? Vikes Chargers. Are either of these teams actually good? I keep doing that. All right. Sorry, I like to make sure that people get the tweets about their teams. And I copied that, and we'll send that. All right. Yeah, I don't think either coaching is too much. I mean, going from college to the NFL is always going to be a pretty big jump. Our coach's favorite saying was, "Everybody else when you go from college to the NFL, everybody else gets better except for you." And fans who always ask, could Bama beat Jacksonville? Don't understand the talent difference between college and the NFL. You could put together a college all-star team and they still wouldn't be as good as an NFL team. Still wouldn't be as good as an NFL team. No, exactly. Bama doesn't beat Detroit probably drops 30 on Bama. Or Georgia. Yep. It doesn't matter. Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame, any of them. Ohio State, doesn't matter. Just think about this. As good as Bama is, Bama has maybe 3 or 4 starters in the NFL on their roster right now. Maybe 3 or 4 starters in the NFL on their roster. And then they got some other guys that are going to play backup in special teams. So that's the best team in college football, and that's what they could muster in the NFL. So it's not even close. It's like the gap from Bama to Detroit is like the gap from Bama to a MAC team, basically. It's that big of a deal. Detroit would be favored by at least 2 touchdowns, if not 3 touchdowns. And would probably win by more than that. All right, let's see. I'm watching you from Brazil. Did you know you have international followers? Arthur, appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Glad you're here. It's like 2 hours ahead in Brazil, no? I mean, it's like almost midnight over there. But I appreciate you being in here, Arthur. I do know that I have international followers because Hadzi is also from Australia, we learned tonight. That's awesome. It's always fascinating to me to see the fans from 1 hour ahead. There you go. To see the fans from around the world. I forget how far the NFL reaches sometimes. And I'm always kind of gobsmacked, that, to use a foreign word, gobsmacked, that, and surprised whenever somebody's like, hey, I'm following from Norway. Who was it? There was a guy from Norway the other day. It's awesome to see. So Arthur, so happy you're here. Thank you so much for being here. Glad you're here. On Bama defense, Young, Williams, Neal, lots of guys. Tutu will be NFL starters. Um, yeah. Again, that's what, half of a squad, maybe. It's 11 there. Okay. Oh, it's not too bad then. Yeah, it's a couple hours ahead. Let's see. All right, Minnesota and LA. Chargers Vikings. So we knew this was going to be a fun game because the Vikings and Chargers apparently like to play close games. The Vikings always play to the level of their competition. What we talked about on Thursday and on the pregame show and the matchups is the Chargers like to funnel other offenses to crossover. I'll answer you in a second. The Chargers like to funnel teams to the run. They will play the pass very stringently on defense, and then they will funnel other teams to run the ball. The problem is they're not very good at stop. Even whenever they load up the box, the Chargers are not good at stopping the run. And that was always going to pose a problem, and it ended up posing a problem. When you allow Minnesota to be able to run against you, it lightens the load on Kirk Cousins, which makes him better. And then you always have Justin Jefferson, who apparently can just beat it doesn't matter who he faces, whether it's one corner or multiple, or they rotate coverages, or you put your best corner on him and think you can lock him down. You can't guard Justin Jefferson. That kid is just special, man. I'm so impressed with Justin Jefferson and Kirk Cousins' ability to find him. Thielen makes it a little bit easier on that offense too. Cook had a pretty good game. The offensive line had a pretty good game. Again, you can run on this Chargers team. When we talk about the Chargers on defense, they leave a lot to be desired, because look, it's fine. If you want to funnel to the run, makes total sense. Data supports it. Everything backs it, right? Makes total sense to get other teams to run, because every time the other team runs on offense, it's probably a worse play than if they passed, right? It's probably a worse play than if they passed. That's why Staley wants to allow other teams to run the ball. However, if they're running for 6-7 yards a carry, now all of a sudden you can't get off the field, and the run game turns into a scoring game, and it's keeping your offense off the field, which is going to limit guys like Justin Herbert, for example, crossover. And the thing about the Chargers offense and Justin Herbert is I think a few things have happened, right? So I think the biggest thing that's happening is there is a real trend in the NFL of running, and I would love to go back and look at the data of this, but there is a real trend in the NFL of when you come up against these high-powered offenses. So in big boy quarterbacks, Justin Herbert, Tom Brady and the Bucks, Dallas Cowboys and Dak, in those type of offenses that like to push the ball down the field, if you play too high, those offenses are not, KC and Patrick Mahomes, those offenses are not patient enough to be able to deal with that an entire game, and you're going to force them into mistakes. And for me, like, seeing that play out, it just continues to happen over and over and over again. And I think that's the adjustment the teams have made against Justin Herbert. All of a sudden, they're taking away Mike Williams, and they're not letting you throw those deep downfield passes to Mike Williams. And when you take that away, it really limits this offense of the Chargers. And then from there, now all of a sudden you can condense down on top of Keenan Allen. The tight ends don't really offer you that much outside of the red zone. You don't really run it that much with Austin Eckler, and when you do, it's not like the physical style of running that that Staley had talked about in his press conference. So I think the Chargers are missing a little bit here and there, and it's causing them to be a little bit disjointed because other teams have come up against them, right? Now look, Herbert has struggled 3 out of his last 4 games. Herbert struggled against Baltimore, New England, and Minnesota. He was fine against Philly, but Baltimore, New England, Minnesota struggled a good amount, right? So those are 3 really good teams that have a really good game plan against them. Bad games are going to happen here to there. I'm not that concerned. Has he played as well the last few weeks? No, not really. Is he going to be fine? Yeah, probably. I'm not going to overreact because, again, we know the schedule that he's played, and I think he's going to come out of this just fine. Pittsburgh could pose an interesting problem for him next week, especially if TJ Watt is back in and healthy. Storm Norton at right tackle is a problem for the Chargers. They've got to figure out what to do with that in the offseason, or potentially try to figure that out this season would be better. But he's a major problem. Chargers against Pittsburgh, that could be an interesting matchup up front. However, if the Steelers will play aggressive, and that's going to give some opportunities around Mike Williams. So you could see a bounce back from Herbert in that particular game as long as the Chargers can block up front. But we'll see. I'm not crossover. I'm not. I don't think he's overrated. I think everybody was hyping him up whenever he deserved to be hyped up. And then I think now he's kind of had a few bad games, and I think it's okay to be concerned about the games that he's had, but let's not just write him off for the rest of the future, right? There's enough evidence to show that Justin Herbert's still a very good quarterback. Justin Jefferson was second best wide receiver at LSU that year. Yeah. Justin Jefferson turned into a damn good player in the NFL. And if he continues to progress, he's going to be a top. I mean, he's already a top 5 receiver in my mind in the way that he's played this year. I'm not afraid to say that. All right, we're gonna have to blaze through some of these games. And I'm still gonna try to get these tweet notifications out. So all right. Carolina, Arizona. Also, Mike Williams, good, not good. Mike Williams is good. Yeah. Mike Williams is very good. Mike Williams is a physical freak, and that helps. And I think he's come a very long way this year in his progression. And I also think the Chargers have done a good job of being able to figure out how to use him a little bit better. Because last year they just kind of a vomit dot gif. Last year they just kind of figured out that they could use him in the red zone, and they didn't really try to push him down the field. But we'll be fine. Arizona screwed themselves in the first 5 minutes. All right, yeah. So let's talk about Carolina, Arizona. So Cam is back, as he announced to the world, both through his play and through his yelling. So all right, before we get into the game, this is where I have to say that chat told me to go against my instincts on Sunday. You guys talked me into going with Arizona and picking Arizona to cover, and everything in my fiber said, do not pick Arizona. Carolina matches up very well with them, especially with Colt McCoy, especially with no D-Hop, especially with no Chase Edmonds. Like, everything about me said that. This time last week, you told us to never pick against Arizona. Yeah, never pick against Arizona until Colt McCoy goes in the game. And then you're free to pick against Arizona. Even that's the thing. Colt McCoy came in and played well 2 weeks ago. This week he was not prepared. Colt McCoy against Carolina, and Stephon Gilmore and Dante Jackson and Brian Burns and Hassan Reddick. Like that's one thing, right? Like that's probably not the greatest matchup. And we should take that into account whenever we're looking at this. Colt McCoy against San Francisco and their quarters defense is two totally different things. So again, we got to take that into context. And fair, I told you guys never let me bet against Arizona ever again. And then I walked into this and I said, man, it looks so good for Carolina. It looks so good. Because when you can play man coverage against these receivers, it makes it much harder. And removing Kyler's ability to run out of Arizona's equation on offense is a major deal for them in this game. And it basically crippled the offense. Turnover early. Cam runs it in from 2 yards out because it's just unfair to have a guy like Cam in the backfield to be able to both throw and run inside the 5. He gets a rushing touchdown first and then a passing touchdown next. PJ Walker comes in and actually plays pretty. PJ Walker looks like he deserved to play over Aaron Darnold. Talk about Eli Manning. Over Sam Darnold. Looked like he deserved to play over Sam Darnold over the last few weeks. So, it's a weird game. The one thing that I underestimated about this particular game, and we've talked about it in past weeks, but we didn't talk about it enough. I should have highlighted this more and should have made it more of a focus. Arizona is not very disciplined against the run. They play with speed on defense. They don't necessarily play hard in the hole or physical in the hole. They play with speed, and they're not very disciplined against the run. CMC made them pay for that on every level. CMC got to the edges. CMC was able to get guys pulled into the muck of the line of scrimmage and get wadded up in the middle and then get to the edge. He was able to get into gaps that should have had guys in them that didn't. Christian McCaffrey had a hell of a day. He ends up getting tackled I think he got tackled on the goal line 3 times, or like inside the 5 3 times on the day. So he should have had even more points than he had in fantasy. But this, I gotta say, this defense is something that is going to be fun to watch. If they continue to play like this, they're going to be fun to watch. And if Cam gives them anything at all from the quarterback position, Carolina can upset some people. I think as of right now, Carolina is actually in the playoffs, if I remember correctly. Let me see here. I still have this up. I think right now Carolina would be the wild card, the final wild card in the playoffs. Hang on, it's loading for the NFC. If I remember correctly. Because I think they're the final seed. Oh, of course. Fake load and then doesn't. Fun fact, Carolina is Arizona's kryptonite. Hodzi, is this where Arizona starts taking the dive? Right? We've been waiting for that Kliff to fall off the cliff, right? Every week where we talk about, hey, Arizona, they're going to start falling off at some point. Is this it? Yeah, so Carolina's the last one in. They're now the 7th seed. It's right ahead of the Vikings, Niners, and Falcons. Wow, the Seahawks are third to last. Not next to last, but second to last. Third to last, I guess. Third worst team in the NFC by record right now are the Seahawks. That's rough. Let's see. Arizona misses tackles like people miss their X. Yep, exactly. I needed one CMC TD to win my matchup. One or one more, because he got me enough. It was good for them. CMC being back gives that offense some life, man. It was different, even with PJ in there. I thought PJ played pretty well, by the way. PJ Walker, he was fairly efficient, didn't turn the ball over, didn't put the ball in harm's way very much. Like, he actually played much, much better than what I thought he was going to. But once they got up by 14, makes it very, very hard for Arizona. Once Carolina got up by 14, it basically puts Arizona into a position where they have to play into the strength of Carolina, and that's what Carolina wants. Carolina wants to get ahead very, very quickly, make you play where you're going to have to throw into that secondary, and they're going to be able to get pass rushing on you. And when that happens, it's going to be very hard to play against Carolina. Panthers have always seemed to play well against Kyler for whatever reason, that being Definitely would have been a very different game if Kyler played instead of McCoy. Obvious statement of the freaking year. Yeah, I mean it's fair to call out RV. It's totally fair. Because Kyler's ability with his legs basically forces other teams to not be able to play man, and that changes the entire dynamic of a defense. Panthers O line look godly at times, and then they've been shit for almost the entire year. I would say that CMC and PJ Walker helped that O line look better than what it was. Wild cardish, Hodzi. Yeah, I mean, I think Carolina is moving to the top of the middle. I don't know that I would put them in the wild cardish tier, but we'll talk about that later. Now you'll get Kyler back, get D-Hop back, get playing from leads again, and life will return to normal. I think it definitely helps. Have always had my doubts about Arizona. Look, I think Arizona is a good team. I think Vance Joseph is very good. I see some flaws that I still feel like they're going to lose some games against certain teams. Um, so we'll see. I feel like for me, Arizona is going to be a week to week matchup, especially with Kyler being in and out. If you give me 1-1 midseason with Kyler and D Hop missing those 2 games at the start, I would have ripped your yeah. It's there. I mean, if you think that Colt McCoy is going to come in and win both of those games, that's pretty optimistic. And yet here we are. We picked Carolina -9 last week. So, um, anything else we want to talk about the game? Talk about PJ. Offensive line will look better now that CMC's there. I mean, he's going to make that offensive line look much better than what they have played, as well as PJ Walker is going to get rid of the ball a little bit faster than Sam Darnold does, and also has a little bit more athletic. That's actually what it was. PJ didn't take off like he played from. I thought did a good job of playing from the pocket, which was what I was kind of scared about with him. Is whenever you get a guy like PJ who has the athletic ability that he does, his tendency is going to be to escape earlier than he should. And I thought he did a good job of not trying to take off and run too much. PJ was 22 of 29, 167, did have a pick. I think it was a pretty fluky pick, but 3 attempts for 6 yards rushing, and that was it. Oh, he did have the fumble loss too. So wasn't great, wasn't great, but wasn't awful. But they also didn't need him to do a ton. And then Cam's going to take over next week. I fully expect them to run the full offense through Cam. I don't know why they would. I mean, Cam can probably pick it up, but it's still gonna be not as smooth for Cam in his first week. That's for sure. Whenever he gets back out there. Arizona needs a specific game flow to do really well. That game flow induces getting leads and not having to defend the run. Allow the pass. I think that's a good point, Hodzi. I think that they are much. I mean, look, it's easy to say teams are better playing with the lead. I mean, most teams are, but the reality is that certain teams are built for it more than others, right? Cam versus Arizona is a full storyline. I think Cam just going back to Carolina is a full storyline. I think it's fascinating. And I was talking to some people that that I respect their opinion. They're football people who they've been in the game, they've lived in the game, coaches, personnel guys, and a lot of those people have said, "Look, Cam is eccentric, but Cam is also a very good leader. He has special leadership skills, and people are generally drawn to him in the locker room for whatever reason. Whatever you think of him outside of the building, people in the building love him." And one of the comments that was given to me is he's a leader. He's going to help them practice. They're going to be better in practice because Cam's there. They're going to be better in games because Cam's there. His talent will show up on games. What he's able to do for them and with them in practice, it'll show up in games, but nobody will ever know where it came from. They're just going to be an all around better team because he's there. And I buy into that a good amount. I wouldn't say all of it. I don't think just by Cam showing up, it's all of a sudden going to be better. We'll see. I do think that there are certain things that with Cam there are certain things with Cam that you can target whenever he's in there as well. So everybody's got their deficiency somewhere, and defenses will figure out how to tee off on that whenever they get it going. But if they get any production out of the quarterback position, like think about it. Like let's go back and look. If we look at Carolina's schedule, um, over the last few weeks and look at what they've done with Sam Darnold. They lose to the New York Giants. They lose in OT to Minnesota. That was 34-28. They lose 21-18 to Philly, and they still lose 36-28 against Dallas. Like put Cam in those games, and they lost New England to 24-6, but put Cam in those games and they win at least 2. I'd say they probably beat Minnesota. I would say even though they lost to New York 25-3, they probably beat New York because the offense had some pretty horrible turnovers in that game. You could even argue that they beat Philly. So even if we just say, hey, they take 2 of those games and flip them to Carolina. Now Carolina goes from 5-5. Carolina goes from 5-5 to now all of a sudden they're 7-3. Just 2 of those games. And you could argue that because with as close as they were, argue like Cam is that much better than Sam Darnold. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out, but it's definitely a positive for them. And Carolina has proven and has said so that they believe that they can win this year. They're not playing for next year. They believe that they can be competitive and make the playoffs this year. And hard to argue with them. I mean, the Saints are the 6th seed. So we got Packers, Cards, Cowboys, Bucks, Rams. Those are all probably definitely better teams than the Saints and the Panthers are right now. But it's Saints, Panthers, Vikings, Niners, Falcons, Eagles. And I think Carolina is absolutely deserving to be in there with all of those guys. Absolutely. And we'll probably get better as Cam gets better in that offense. So we'll see. I've loved this defense all year. You guys have known that. I think it fits so well within the framework of today's NFL. They can guard, they can take away some really good teams. I think the Bucks could potentially struggle with them. The Bucks should be okay simply because I think the Bucks are going to be able to torch that offensive line. But we'll see how that goes. They don't play them until later in the year. I think they play them in week 16 and 18. So we'll know a lot more by the time we get there. It could be an interesting matchup. Maybe even potentially for the division if the Bucks don't get their shit together. At least Arizona has the offensive firepower to complement a defense that needs to play from leads to excel. Yeah, I think that's fair, Hodzi. All right, let's see. Philly, Denver. We don't need to send out a tweet about this one. Let's move through these next couple of games pretty quickly. All right, Philly, Denver. So here's the thing. I continue to underestimate the Eagles because I just can't believe that Sirianni is continuing to grow as a play caller. And specifically continuing to run the football. All of a sudden, everybody said, hey, you need to run the football. And it showed that it was so obvious. I mean, fans were even clamoring for him to run the football. And a lot of them were probably doing it out of misconceived notions of running the football to be balanced, but they were right nonetheless. Like Philly was good at running this offensive line, and their run blocking is really good. And they need to do that. And to do that, look, Philly found the sweet spot. They accidentally found the sweet spot, right? In terms of this offense. The run game is rolling, and that is huge for the offense because it takes pressure off of Jalen Hurts, who bounces back and forth week and week from being a good QB to a bad QB. And just bouncing back and forth, if you're a good QB one week and a bad QB the next, that means you're a mediocre QB. Period, end of story. Like, it doesn't mean you're good, doesn't mean you're bad. It just means you're, take the average of those, and that's where you deserve to be called. But by them running the ball and not putting everything on Jalen Hurts, he has played better because of it. And then on top of that, it helps the defense because they're not out there as much and they're not under as much pressure from the opposing team. And it's beautiful whenever it works. And we've talked about how bad the secondary is and the linebackers on this defense. They have, when other teams are completing records of percentage of passes against your defense, and they're in games where you don't have a single pass deflected, you don't get a single pass breakup throughout the entire game on 40 attempts. Like it's bad. You've got to keep the defense off. Now all of a sudden they're running the ball, and they played this to perfection with Denver. Run the ball, get ahead, run the ball some more, let Jalen Hurts throw it up. Jalen Hurts had a couple really nice throws. Devontae Smith had another phenomenal week. He's stringing together a couple now. Like, we haven't talked about how good Devontae Smith has been in recent weeks. Last, I think 3, maybe 4 weeks, he's looked like close to a number one NFL receiver. Maybe not quite a number one NFL receiver, but he's looked damn good. Had a huge TD in this game, goes up over Patrick Surtain and brings one down. Bama on Bama crime. Quez Watkins dropped Jalen Hurts' best throw of the day. Jalen Hurts had an absolute dime on a go route. I can't remember. Was it down the seam? It was down the left side. I don't know if it was a seam or down the sideline. But Jalen Hurts absolutely puts a dime on him, and Quez just, looks like he has, fists trying to catch the ball. For Denver, secondary didn't look nearly as good as I thought they would. Teddy didn't play great. I do need to go back and watch this one a little closer to see what happened and why Teddy wasn't as good. His line was 22 of 36, 226, no touchdowns, no picks. So basically, he didn't do too much. He was just kind of there. He wasn't a positive, but at some point, his ability to avoid a negative play because he's overly conservative becomes a negative in itself. He's pushed the ball down the field, but sometimes he does just try to be way too conservative. And look, we'll talk about a Teddy business decision, right? Hadsy, it's a good question, right? So Teddy B business decision versus Tom B business decision, and all of the reactions. So here's the thing. It would be great if there were some consistency in people's takes, because you can't just all of a sudden go and say Teddy B. So for anybody that doesn't know what's happened, right, or what's going on, so there is this fantastic clip, fantastic, horrible, however you want to frame it. Melvin Gordon, 4th and 1 or something like that. He's stretching for the first down on a run towards the end of the game. It's late in the fourth quarter. It's still a 1-score game at this point, and if Denver scores, I forget what the score of the game was, but basically Denver is still in it and still fighting for the game. And Melvin Gordon is fighting for the first down on 4th down, ends up fumbling the ball. Darius Slay ends up picking the ball, runs around a little bit before, I think he actually fumbles the ball and then picks it up again, and then ends up running back. He gets around the original line of scrimmage, running it back the other way, and Teddy is literally in his way. Like, he basically has to move to get around Teddy, who is standing there. And Teddy, instead of doing anything, Teddy could have fallen to the ground and probably would have tackled Slay. But Teddy literally just kind of walks up and just, like, he's swelled up and literally just sinks and just stops and lets Slay run right by, like, within a foot or two of him, and does not dive, doesn't try to tackle, doesn't do anything on the play. And it looks really bad whenever you watch the clip of it. Like, Teddy could have very, very, very easily made the tackle. Like I said, all he had to do is fall down, and Slay basically trips over him. But Teddy doesn't do anything. And Teddy actually ends up kind of blocking his own player from making the tackle, because everybody expected Teddy to actually move or do something, and Teddy didn't. And so he kind of takes out a couple of his own players on accident who thought that he wouldn't be in that spot by the time they got there. And it looks bad. Horrible effort on Teddy's part. Tommy does the same thing, right? So Tom Brady throws a pick. It ends up starting to get returned. Tom doesn't run over near the play at all. and ends up putting his hands on his knees and just kind of watches the play as it happens. And I know that people are like, hey, if you're mad at Teddy, you got to be mad at Tommy. And my thing is not really. Context matters, right? Like there's nuance to everything. It's not, hey, this quarterback did it and this quarterback did it, and you have to be equally mad at both. Well, no. Like, no, I don't actually. I'm consistent in what I'm going to say about them, but I can also have varying feelings on both of them because it's two different situations, right? So, if you're Denver and you are in a very close division in the AFC West and you're battling a team that you probably that you're favored to beat, but you know is going to be a close game, and there's a guy that's about to return it and you're the last guy, and you know you're the last guy. You know that if you don't make this tackle, he's probably taking it to the house. And you choose not to participate whatsoever. Here's the thing. He was in a position to make the tackle and chose not to make the tackle. Look, by the way, my default position, my standard position on this is quarterbacks need to just stay the hell out of the way. Just stay the hell out of the way. Unless it's necessary for you to get involved, don't bother. Baker, don't bother. That's what happens, right? And here's the other thing. There's a lot of people that like to say, hey, if a quarterback gets in, he's going to get hurt. I'm like, no, he's not going to get hurt. He could get hurt. There is a higher risk of injury to a quarterback participating in a play like that. Yes. But it's not an automatic he's going to get injured, right? So we can't treat it like it's 100%. Like if he goes to make a tackle, he's probably going to get hurt. It's not how it works. Many quarterbacks have made many attempts at tackles many times over the years, and they've been perfectly fine. So let's not act like, one out of every two opportunities, the quarterback's going to get hurt and get a separated shoulder. Does it happen more often than with other players trying to make a tackle? Absolutely. But it ain't that high of a rate. So with all of that context in place, Teddy was in a position to make a tackle and did not do it. I would say, one, he shouldn't be in there in the first place. But two, if you are there and you're in a very tight ball game, allowing this guy to score is basically going to put the game away. And all you have to do is fall on the ground. Fall on the freaking ground, dude. Make a tackle. It's not that big of a deal. It looked horrible on the clip. Tommy, on the other hand, is in a game that is a tight game, but is also in a game that's still early on. And the pick happens. And look, the game's still like a 1-score, 2-score game, like 10-point game, I think, or something like that. Early on in the first quarter. Yeah, in the first quarter. Tommy doesn't need to be involved in that play. Teddy doesn't need to be involved in that play. Baker doesn't need to be involved in that play. You throw the pick, let the other guys do the work. Just don't even involve yourself. I would say the situation dictates what happens, not the person, right? So I'm mad at Teddy because Teddy had the opportunity in a very close game and didn't do it. And Tommy, not mad at him simply because why? Like Teddy should have been on the sidelines is where Teddy should have been. He shouldn't have been involved in the play from the start. If that clip doesn't look that bad, people don't really care. The issue is that Teddy's standing right there and it looks really bad. So, yeah, it's definitely a totally different situation. But as a general statement, quarterbacks shouldn't be involved. But in that particular situation, I think Teddy should have done it. And I think he's going to get some shit in the locker room. I think he's going to get some shit on the every week when they have team meetings and they put up some of the plays from the previous week. A lot of times they'll put up plays that they want to make fun of people for, like guys getting just absolutely mauled or something weird happening and somebody trips or loses a shoe or something, anything like that. They love to put those up there. and during the team meetings and get a good laugh out of it. Oh, they're going to get a good laugh out of this one for Teddy, for sure. Um, I would imagine that there's going to be some nice clip art, taking him out, putting that pose that he was in the middle of that clip and putting it on different things. Like that's he should get the meme treatment for that one for sure. So yeah, so that's how I feel. And look, everybody's entitled to their own reactions. As long as you're taking context into consideration, that's fine. Like it's fine. But it's not fair to say, well, if you feel this way about Teddy, then you should feel this way about Tommy. And I'm going, no, no. I'm consistent in that I think all quarterbacks should stay out of it. I'm consistent in that it's dependent on the situation as to how you judge it. It's not dependent on the quarterback. Because if any team loses their starting quarterback, they're probably done and not reaching the playoffs. So it's not like there's a major difference between Teddy and Tommy other than where their teams currently sit and where those games currently sit, and that actual specific part of it. But yeah, stay out of the play. Just stay away from it. Let's see. To be honest, I don't think there's a right answer, but in my opinion, the QB should at least do the minimum to slow them down. Like at least try to push them, fake try and run in the way, hug them. I don't know. I mean, if you're in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Like I think if you're gonna be there, here's the thing: if you're there and you're in the way, you're allowed to be blocked and to be blocked to the fullest extent of the law. Right? So you're putting yourself in a position, whether you're willing to make the tackle or not, you're putting yourself in a position to get wrecked if you're in the play. That's why my standard position is just stay out of it. Don't put yourself in that. If you're standing way off in the side and somebody just comes up and thumps you from the blind side, that's going to get a flag. And people just can't do that. But if you're in the play, you're free game. So I would say stay out of it. If you are in it, fall on the ground, get in front, protect yourself, do whatever you can without putting yourself in harm's way. Like I said, Teddy didn't have to try to truck stick the dude. All he had to do was put a shoulder into him, reroute him, fall to the ground, do something that would have allowed somebody else to get there. But it didn't try. I haven't seen the Teddy incident, so I understand how much worse it is. Teddy's already in the way. Tom just didn't make the effort, at least become a speed bump. Yeah, exactly. Teddy became a speed bump for his own guy. That was it. All right, that's Philly, Denver, Seattle, Green Bay. By the way, I'm not in on Philly. I don't think that there's anything special about Philly happening. Not yet. Still, I don't even know who they're. Again, Vegas seems to be way higher on Philly than I am because they continue to have really strong lines. Actually, I want to see. I wonder what their line is this week. Does Philly play this week? Oh, Bucks play on Monday night. Man, I got to get better about looking forward in the schedule. I'm so focused on it from week to week on each week's game. I'm not that concerned. Okay, Eagles play Saints this week. And Eagles are favored by 1.5. I don't get it. Vegas loves Philly. The Sharps love Philly. This is one of those situations where Philly's minus 1.5 right now. I feel like they shouldn't be. And this is still probably going to move in the direction of Philly for some reason. Look, I get it. It's Trevor Siemian's played fine, but I don't know. I'm on initial reaction. This is a very bad matchup for the Eagles because the Saints have enough speed in the secondary to keep up with the Eagles offense to keep up with the Eagles wide receivers. And they stop the run without even thinking about it. One of the best run defenses in the NFL. So Vegas is about to make money on Philly teams. Philly's minus 1.5 at home. I don't get why there's so many people betting on Philly, though. I don't get it. Don't understand it. All right, we'll see. But yeah, every week, Philly's line is always out. Because look, Philly's going to have to run the ball. If you rely on Jalen Hurts to throw it 50 times, bad things are going to happen, especially against the good New Orleans Saints defense. and they're gonna have to rely on Jalen Hurts throwing it 50 times because they ain't gonna be able to run the ball against the Saints. And it'll happen. Philly has a big fan base. Vegas looks like it does for a reason. Fair game. All right. Seattle, Green Bay. So Seattle, Green Bay. I want to find a clever name for this game. But Nerdy Wolverine returns, right? From Mallet Finger, which is kind of a brutal name for an injury. Aaron Rodgers returns from the vid, and everybody makes it about these two when really it was about the defenses. Both defenses played pretty well. Both quarterbacks were also very rusty. Though I'm open to the argument that Nerdy Wolverine wasn't actually fully healed, based on the way he played. He didn't look fully into it. He looked way rustier than Aaron Rodgers did. And Rodgers kind of got it back together. Both threw picks in the end zone. Look, I've cracked on Joe Barry all year long, but I think we have to acknowledge how well this defense is for the Packers, how well they've played recently. Now, I'm going to keep putting that asterisk on it. I think a lot of it has to do with the offense not putting the defense in bad spots, right? When the defense only has to defend for 21 minutes, it makes, like they did in this game, makes it much, much easier for them. They're a solid defense, so I'm giving them credit. But I still feel like this offense helps out the defense so much. And they've basically reverted into a cover 2 defense that doesn't put a lot of pressure on the cornerbacks anymore. That basically makes it, it lessens the impact of Jair Alexander being out, and they've also gotten a good pass rush from Rashawn Gary, which has been big, who actually ended up hyperextending his elbow. Gonna try to cast it and play this weekend, but we'll see. If not, did Rodgers do the research about how long Mallet Finger? I'm sure he did, and I'm sure he told Russ about it. Probably talked to their buddy Joe Rogan, and Joe was like, "Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Go ahead and go out there and play." Russ is like, "Okay. Hey, Sierra, can I go play?" "Sure, babe. Go ahead. Go play with your kitties." That's funny. Wilson's doctor in the hype video was Rodgers' doctor that he consulted about COVID, apparently. Oh, it's no big deal. You're immunized. You're fine. Immunized. It helps your mallet finger too. You're good. Go for it. Go play. Go to the playground. You'll be all right. Yeah, both of those guys didn't look good. Packers defense looked good. Seattle's defense didn't look bad in this game either. I've been hard on them. They showed up in this game. The thing about the Packers defense is if Gary's out as well as he's played, that could be bad because him being out is very painful because they need a strong pass rush with this too high shell defense that they run. If they don't have a pass rush, it kind of eliminates their ability to be able to do that. That's the same guy that told Russ to take that miracle water. Good old nerdy Wolverine. How did he get Sierra, man? Lucky for him. Money talks, I guess, right? I said before the game that Seattle at 3-6 is in a very tough position, right? So they lose this game. They're effectively out of it now, but not totally out of it. They need to they basically need to come out hot after this, or it's going to be a very long season for them. And like I said, I give them credit for their defense looking better, but I do think Rodgers' rustiness played into that a good amount. The problem for Seattle is that they're now 3-6, and now they're playing Arizona. So, Russ doesn't look fully healthy. Maybe he shook the rust off in this game, and he's going to be able to go to the next game, and he'll open up and be okay. But they're 3-6 and playing Arizona, going to 3-7. Arizona can basically, end Seattle's season this week. Because if you go to 3-7, I don't know how you basically have to run the table to have a shot, to even have a shot to make it to the playoffs at that point. Because then you've basically got to make it to 10-7 by winning 7 games in a row. So, I mean, Seattle's on the brink, just waiting for Arizona to just give them a little nudge, it feels like. Packers get the Vikings this week, so that should be fun. That's always Packers-Vikings is always a bananas game. I'm sure something weird will happen in that game. Two non-vaccinated QBs going at it. Should be fun. I feel like we should just like put them in the octagon and let them fight it out, and whoever wins that ends up with the W for that particular game. Don't subject anybody else to any dangers. Like I said, that game never interested me from the start. I never felt like it was going to be. I felt like it might end up being a crazy game at some point. There's always something weird that happens in the Seattle Green Bay game. It just was never that interesting to me because there was nothing dynamic about that game, and it certainly played out that way, right? It ended up, it was 3-0 at halftime and ends up 17-0 at the end of the game. Neither team could really score or pull any consistent offense out of the game. So maybe this week Green Bay finds something more against the Vikings. We'll see. It'll be fun though. Right. You guys want to, let's hit San Francisco and LA real quick. And let's hit San Francisco, LA, and then we'll do KC Vegas because I want to save KC Vegas. I want to save KC Vegas for the end because I think that is that's the one that's going to warrant the most discussion because we have to talk about where KC is at this point and what happened, what is going to happen in the future, and what to be prepared for. And I want to leave enough time to talk about that one, and then we'll jump into team tiers. So let's do San Francisco, LA. Rams now beaten up in what, 2 of their last 3 or 2 of their last 2. Man, I'm losing track. All the weeks are running together now. Rams have now lost their last 2. Lost to Tennessee, got beat up the middle and on the edges. They got beat up the middle by Tennessee on that offensive line. San Francisco beat them on the edges of that offensive line. Shanahan comes in with one of his better game plans of the season. Jimmy Garoppolo is actually looks like he's on time for this particular game, and plays pretty damn well. And look, we said coming into this game, right? Garoppolo hasn't necessarily been the issue for San Francisco the last few weeks. Garoppolo's played fine. He played fine in the 2 weeks before the Rams game. And then this week he comes in and he plays all right again. Garoppolo ends up going 15 for 19, 182, 2 touchdowns, 1 sack, 2 rushes for 1 yard, no fumbles, no turnovers. Like, that's what they want him to do. That type of game is perfect for him. Elijah Mitchell goes 27 for 91. Deebo Samuel. Listen, Deebo Samuel is one of my favorite players to watch. Not just because I have him on my fantasy team, but this guy is, I mean, watching him fly around a football field, dude is quick, dude is agile, dude is smart. He's got vision. He's not afraid to block. He'll do anything you ask him to do, and he'll do it at a high level. And I love that about him. 5 rushes, 36 yards, 1 TD on the rushes. That was a nice little end around that they did, or jet sweep. 5 receptions on 5 targets, 97 yards, and a TD. Long before. Look, we talked about this a little bit earlier during the Atlanta thing. So the way that Shanahan decided to deploy Deebo Samuel in this game is he basically said, hey, I like what Arthur Smith is doing with Cordero Patterson. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to do that with Deebo Samuel. And so basically what happened is whenever they got the right matchups and the right looks, what they would do is they would bring Deebo Samuel into the backfield, and then they would motion out, whoever the running back was, Elijah Mitchell, Juice, whoever it was, motion them out to the edge. Now all of a sudden, you've got a linebacker removed out from the middle of the field. You've got a cornerback that's now in the box. So even though you might have 6 or 7 guys in the box, you now have one of those guys is now a cornerback. He's not really a run defender. And Jalen Ramsey wasn't following Deebo Samuel in there. And the Niners knew that. I think they did a really good job of playing off of some of the Rams' tendencies on defense to get Deebo away from Jalen Ramsey. They knew that was going to be a key to the game. How do we get our best receiver away from Jalen? We know where Jalen doesn't travel. Let's put Deebo there. We're going to put him in the backfield. Sorry, Jalen, can't get him. And Jalen's a good run defender, but Jalen's not going to travel inside whenever Deebo goes into the backfield. So now all of a sudden they've got numbers in the run game. Now all of a sudden Rams have to change how they need to guard Deebo. They put Deebo back out on the outside. Deebo gets 40-yard strike for a touchdown. Like, it was really smart by Shanahan. This is the Shanahan that we've been waiting for all season. I thought it was super smart in the way that he deployed him. George Kittle comes in and has a big game, 5 for 50 for a TD. He didn't look all that healthy last week. He looked healthy this week. And maybe that's it. Maybe they're finally getting healthy. Kittle's healthy. Juice is healthy. Elijah Mitchell's running well. As long as Jimmy is efficient with the football and doesn't make mistakes, the offense is fine. It was the defense that I was worried about coming into this game. And I was thoroughly surprised at how well the defense played. And this is a game that I don't really want to comment on the defense too much because I didn't see enough of this game to say this is what they did. I saw enough, but I didn't see it closely enough. I'll put it like that to be able to say this is what San Francisco did. This is how they played well on defense. I will say it looked like they rotated out of their quarters a little bit more last night. Was it last night? It was last night. And forced the Rams to beat them in ways that they didn't expect to have to beat them. Matt Stafford, 26 of 41, 243, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Sacked twice. I think that was the big thing is they were getting pressure up front on Stafford, and that was a huge thing. Man, we got to talk about Sean McVay on 4th down, man. He leaves so much to be desired. So for me, Sean McVay feels like the type of guy, like he's that giddy up, let's go get him, like rah type of cheerleader type of coach, right? You would think that tends to lead you to think that he's going to be aggressive for going for it on 4th down. He is one of the least aggressive coaches in going for it on 4th down. And by the way, in today's NFL, if you're going to go for it on 4th down, don't run a fake punt. Don't run a fake punt. It's not worth it. Don't run a fake punt. Don't run a fake field goal. No, like you're not gonna confuse people enough, and all you're doing is taking your offense off the field, which is going to have a better chance of converting 4th and 1, 4th and 2, 4th and 3, 4th and 4, 4th and 6, whatever it is. Your offense is going to have a better shot at converting it now. So, with that being said, like, just if you're gonna go for it on 4th down, go for it on 4th down. Don't run a fake punt where you try to swing it out, get 2 yards, and don't get the first down. So the one time that McVay actually does go for it on 4th down, he gets stopped short, and it feels really bad, puts the Niners in a good position. Now all of a sudden, he's never going to go for it on 4th down. Sean McVay is never going to go for it on 4th down after that. He's already scared to go for it on 4th down, and now all of a sudden he's got this really bad highlight in his brain of what happens when you go for it on 4th down. He's never going to do it again. It's going to be a have to situation, not a 50-50 shot. Don't worry, needs Aaron Rodgers research about. That's actually pretty funny. I'm going to steal that. Sean McVay doesn't go for it on 4th down because Aaron Rodgers did the research for him. That's so funny. Stafford wasn't great in this game. Daryl, here's the thing that they ran the ball really well. I'm surprised that the Rams didn't run it more. I know that they were behind. Here's the thing. Running the football, you can still score points. If you're effective at running the football, run the freaking football. It's not like look, football is a complicated sport, but it does not need to be complicated all the time. If Darrell Henderson's going 5 for 31, you're averaging 6 yards a carry. Give him the football. That means you're not going to be stopped and you're going to end up in points. It's going to take a little bit longer, but you're also not going to put the ball in harm's way because now you're running it instead of throwing it. And there's less likely to be an issue running the ball or a turnover running the ball than it is throwing the ball. Sonny Michel, 4 carries, 20 yards, 5 yards a carry. You run it 2-3 times, you're going to get first downs, you're going to score points. And oh, by the way, it seemed like the Niners had your number on offense, so you should probably not give them the ball back any more than you have to. So it just an all around not great game plan. Cooper Kupp, another huge game, but no TDs to show for it. 13 targets, 11 receptions, 122 yards. Van Jefferson did have a couple of drops in this one as well, but 3 for 54. The one touchdown came to Tyler Higbee. Beckham was the big story in this game, right? What's Beckham gonna do? I don't know. I want to look and see how many snaps, but Beckham had 3 targets, 2 catches, 18 yards. Beckham had, where do we go? These all the way at the bottom? Or not all the way at the bottom? They must not have snaps in here yet. Yeah, they don't have player snaps. Okay, that's what it is. I was going to look to see how many snaps Beckham was actually out there, but they don't have it yet. He does have, like I said, he does have 3 targets, but not really a whole lot to show for it. So he basically moves from Cleveland to get the same treatment in LA. I mean, at least LA is a nicer city, I guess. Way more fun there than it is in Cleveland. No offense to Cleveland. I know people in Cleveland love Cleveland, but let's not pretend Cleveland is as cool and as fun as LA. So yeah, great last stand by the 49ers here. This is a huge game. They needed to win this. They were 3-5. They were like the Seahawks. They were 3-5, needed to go 4-5, needed to get to 4-5 to stay in it. They're actually not in a terrible spot, right? So the 49ers are 9th out of 17, right? So 7 teams get into the playoffs. Niners are right now 9th. Right behind the Vikings. So if they win a couple of games, they're clamoring back into playoff territory. So Niners in a on the outside looking in, but do have plenty of time to fight, right? Like, so we're talking about this like the season is already over, but remember, a lot can change between now and the end of the season. We're just past the halfway point. We're only a week past the halfway point. So a lot of things can shuffle. We've seen some weird random weeks in the last couple of weeks. So I'm interested to see what happens. San Francisco now gets Jacksonville, Minnesota, Seattle, Cincinnati, Atlanta before they get Tennessee, Houston, and LA to finish up. So nice little run of games for the 49ers. Hopefully they get their feet under them. Jimmy Garoppolo, again, still not the problem. OBJ had 15 snaps out of 55. Interesting. And that was it's funny. I actually didn't mention this. So one of the comments that Arians had from the, let me find this. I'm trying to find it. Where did it go? One of the comments that Arians had, right, was, and the snaps reminded me of this, is Arians talked about some people were asking Arians like, hey, you know, was there something wrong with Rojo? And I think one of the receivers or something like that didn't get very many snaps. And he basically said no. There wasn't anything wrong with him. We just didn't have enough snaps to get everybody the work that they would normally get. He goes, we had a plan for him, but We didn't have as many snaps in this game as we would normally have. And that's a big testament to what Washington did on offense and being able to control the ball for 40 minutes and only allowing Brady to have the ball for 21 minutes. So that's huge in the outcome of the game. Arians also called it out after the game that he said he thought that there were throws that were there if the Bucs were willing to hold on to it a little bit longer and were willing to take those shots. He didn't name Brady by name, but he was talking about Brady. And said that if we were willing to hold on to it a little bit longer and take those shots, they were definitely there. And he thought that they should have on a few plays. And then he also said his team was stupid. So said there was some stupid football. So yeah. All right. That's so Niners not out of it yet. They made their last stand. They're good to go. We are in a very interesting position with the Niners to see what they're going to get to. All right. This was my game of the week. Let me send out one quick notification. Let's see. All right. We're going to talk about Mahomes and the Chiefs. All right. This was my favorite game of the week. There's always one game. There's always one game every week that I feel like I'm like, okay, there is one big decision that needs to be decided before we go into this game, right? A few weeks ago, it was Baltimore, Cincinnati. Baltimore's got to figure out, how do you want to guard Jamar Chase? Are you going to put Marlon Humphrey on him and say, go get him, Marlon, and good luck? Or are you going to put Marlon Humphrey on the second best guy, put Averett or whoever it is on Jamar Chase, and then rotate that coverage over to Jamar to give Averett some help just to make sure that Jamar isn't the guy that burns you? Baltimore chose Marlon Humphrey. They chose option A, door number one, and they got absolutely throttled because of that decision. I'm trying to think if there was one last week, and I can't remember what it was. But for week 10, for this week, my number one decision, strategy decision before the week was, are the Raiders going to play cover 3, which they do. They play single high more than 80% of the time. Number one in the league at doing it. It's what they do. It's basically all that they do. Or do they come into this game and they look at the blueprint that the rest of the world, the rest of the NFL has laid, and say, too high against Patrick Mahomes, because that is what has been successful against him in the last 4 or 5 games, and he's struggled against and had problems beating, and has contained him to a pretty good degree over the last few weeks. Do you do what you do, which you do fairly well, right? They play cover 3 fairly well. It's not like they're bad at it. Or do you flip to cover 2 or too high? And I said, look, I have the receipts to prove it. You can go back to the VODs. I created a highlight, and in the VODs, you can go look at it, of what I said about the Raiders and about this decision. I actually picked the Raiders to cover this game because I thought there was no way Gus Bradley could be stupid enough to run single high. I thought there's just no way. And apparently I missed a point in the week where a reporter asked him, "Hey, are you guys going to continue to run cover 3, or are you guys going to go to cover 2?" And his response was, "We're going to do what we do." And if I had seen that, I would have bet the house. I would have bet my mortgage payment on Kansas City. Because I said in that same VOD, in that highlight, I say, here's what's going to happen. If the Raiders come out in cover 3 and play single high safety, here's what's going to happen. Mahomes is going to look like old Mahomes. You're going to unlock the Chiefs offense, and they're going to be able to score 40 to 45 points on you. And you're basically giving up the game if you do that. I didn't think that Gus Bradley would be that stupid. And sure enough, he runs out single high. I think I read somewhere today, I haven't actually seen the counts of it or anything, but I heard somewhere today that they ran 6 snaps of two high all game long. And what happens? The Raiders get absolutely torched. The Chiefs drop what? 40? What was the final score? 43? 41. Sorry. The Chiefs dropped 41 on the Raiders. Raiders never had a shot. Look, KC's defense played much, much better in this game. Let's get the other points out of the way. KC's defense played much better. They've been trending in this direction because they've been using Sorensen less. They got Ingram. They've kicked Chris Jones inside. They haven't been as bad as they normally have been, and they've been getting better from week to week. That's something to monitor because that makes them a much better team. If the defense starts playing well, the Raiders played okay on defense outside of the bad decision. They couldn't get a pass rush as much as they wanted to. Didn't really matter. On offense, the Raiders were okay. They had a few mistakes. Deshaun Jackson fumble being one of them. If they hit that ends up being a touchdown. They're down by, I think 10 at that point or something like that. They're not down by much. Like they're still in the game at that point. If they hit a couple of those plays, they had a couple things go against them. Offense wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great either. Not like they really showed up to really put it on the Chiefs. Now, back to the Chiefs offense and the Raiders defense. I said this. I specifically said this in our stream. Here's what happens when you play cover 2. You have 2 guys that sit up top and their eyes are on the quarterback, right? They keep everything in front of them. That's cover 2. And you sit back and you say, we're going to keep everything in front of us. And you're going to have to be very, very patient. Now, as we go into the broadcast, I find it very interesting. Chris Collinsworth and Al Michaels say, yeah, we actually talked to Patrick Mahomes. And you know what he told us? We asked him about teams playing too high against him and forcing him to take the underneath throws. And Patrick Mahomes says, it's not in me to do that. It's not in my DNA. And he mentions that he can't keep throwing underneath. And that is exactly why teams are doing this. Exactly why. And we've talked about this for weeks. Here's what they're doing. Here's why they're doing it. And oh, by the way, your turnover luck, it happens because you're playing too high. You now have more traffic in the middle, right? So when you have 2 high, you now no longer have 3 guys that need to be deep. So we talked about this a little bit of in terms of pressure, right? So when you bring pressure, you're taking a guy out of that zone coverage and you're creating larger zones for guys to fill. When you go with cover 3, you're now putting 3 guys deep. Normally it's guys on the outside on the perimeter, right? That are just playing whatever routes are on the outside, but they stay over. They're trained to try to stay over top of the coverage for the or over top of the receiver for the most part. Then you got a guy here in the middle. So now you got 3 guys theoretically that are up high. Your other guys underneath. Now you have 4 guys, right? Your linebackers and a nickel back that are playing zone underneath. Now you got 4. So there's less traffic in that second level. Now, when you go too high, now you've only got 2 guys up. Now you got 5 guys in the middle. Now you got more traffic in the middle of the field. So that creates more traffic in the middle of the field. And it creates 2 guys that are now sitting behind that are looking down at the play. So when you throw those routes into the middle of the field, you're throwing into more traffic, which means you're going to get more tip balls. If you're not precise, you're more likely to have it bounce off of the receiver's hands, bounce up into the air. Now you've got more traffic for guys to come in and dive, get more interceptions. You got 2 safeties that are coming to crash on those balls. And also, whenever the overthrows happen, you now have 2 safeties that are standing there looking at the throw. You overthrow it, that safety's got it, and it's an interception. It's not an accident that Patrick Mahomes has more turnovers against too high. It's a natural. It's a feature of that for the defense. It's not a bug. It's a feature, right? So it's natural that Patrick Mahomes is doing this. and that he has more turnovers against that type of defense. And look, teams aren't running it 100% of every play against him. They're doing it mostly against him, probably 60, 70% of the time, and forcing Patrick Mahomes to be patient. And you can go back to the Giants game. Giants game is a perfect example. First drive, play too high. Patrick Mahomes comes out perfectly patient. Drives down the field, takes 7-8 plays, 4 yards here, 6 yards there, give a little run, get down. Against the Giants, he actually ends up trying to force it a little bit, hits off a receiver's hands, bounces up, gets an interception first drive. Not really his fault. But he was trying to force it a little bit. Come back second drive, does it again, starts stinking, diving, whatever. Takes 4 yards here, 6 yards there, 7 yards there, gets into the inside the 10, throws touchdown Tyreek Hill. Okay, got your touchdown. Come out third drive. Nope, not anymore. Patrick Mahomes is pushing the ball down the field. He can't do it anymore. After 2 drives, he loses his patience. Now all of a sudden, he's forcing it into coverage. He's throwing deep balls that aren't really there. He's throwing into double coverage, trying to get it to Hill and to Kelsey, who are being taken away by this too high coverage. Right? Like, that's what happens whenever you do this. So what does Gus Bradley do? Nah, I'm smarter than everybody else. I'm coming out and I'm going to run my defense because my defense is better than what you guys are doing against Patrick Mahomes and has been shown to work. And Gus Bradley just comes out and thinks he's smarter than everybody else. Patrick Mahomes goes 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. Tyreek Hill is running one on none, basically by himself all night. Travis Kelsey hasn't seen lanes this big and this much space all season long. And people are going, Mahomes is back. Well, of course he is. Of course Mahomes is back. Did you see the windows that he was thrown into? Did you see the amount of space that Tyreek Hill? And Mahomes even missed some throws. It could have been worse. Mahomes missed a few down the field. It blows my mind that Gus Bradley chose to do this. And it's not like I'm the only one saying this. There are other people saying this. Don't get me wrong. Everybody knew that this was the decision. Anybody paying attention knew that this was the decision going into the game. But the thing is, this is a matchup thing. Now, there's a possibility that this gives Mahomes confidence and he's feeling it and he goes back and he looks and he's like, okay, it clicks now. I do this in cover 3. I need to do this against cover 2. When they play those 2 high safeties, I need to be able to do this. We can find different ways to try to push the ball down the field against 2 high. We can run different plays to try to hit that deep middle, which is that soft spot in the 2 high coverage. They may be able to figure that out. But my expectation is this was a wake-up call for everybody else. He may not see another snap of single high the rest of the season. I'm kidding. He's definitely going to see it. But look, everybody is going to play 2 high against Patrick Mahomes going forward. And if he cannot adjust to it, it's going to be painful for the Chiefs offense. Painful. And it's here's the thing. They play the Cowboys this week. Dan Quinn, former Seattle guy, just like Gus Bradley, came up with the cover 3 single high safety. Dan Quinn goes to Atlanta, tries to implement the same thing, doesn't work out, ends up getting fired for it. Comes into Dallas. Dan Quinn reinvents what his defense, he's now defensive coordinator for Dallas. He's now reinvented what his defense is. He's now more adaptable to each and every game plan, more willing to play the matchups. Now, he relies on single high, plays mostly man out of that. So he's got a decision to make this week. Do I continue to play single high, or do I now go 2 high and play that, knowing what Patrick Mahomes can do against single high? I think Dan Quinn just saw the answer to that test. And if he goes in and answers it and goes into that test and gives the wrong answer, that's on him for being stupid. So Look, here's the other thing. The question becomes for Gus Bradley, right? If you choose to go single high is what you do. You think you're pretty good at it. You're pretty good at executing on that. What is the drop off from if you go from single high to playing cover two, which is not what you do. It's not typically what you play. It's not what your roster is built for. If you go from playing single high to playing cover two, what does that do? How big is that drop? How big is that fall off? And is that fall off more than what you would be able to achieve against Patrick Mahomes in your single high coverage, right? I don't think in any part of that equation he could have looked at it and said, "Yeah, we're going to be better off in single high." Now look, he's looking at his defense and going, "Okay, we got 24. We got Abrams. Abrams, one of the worst cover safeties in the NFL. You put him out there at strong safety and put him playing deep, he's a target. He's a gap. He's a hole in the defense. You put him in the box and he's a pretty solid player. But that doesn't mean you have to play it. You can play too high. Put Abrams in as a linebacker. Or, you know what? Take him off the field." And I said this on Twitter. Bill Belichick would not have hesitated to put Abrams' ass on the bench if he thought that that's what he needed to do to win that game. Sorry, John. You're sitting over here today. Might let you in some run support every once in a while. Be prepared, grab your helmet, be ready to get dirty in the hole, but you ain't playing deep half. Ain't happening. We'll put Ha Clinton Dix back there. You can run too high without putting Abrams as a target. Like, it's not that hard. Just let it happen. Do what is going to be best for that particular game. Stop trying to be so freaking stubborn that you're like, "No, my defense is my defense. We can stop anything." No, you can't. Patrick Mahomes just showed you can't. And you should have known that from the 40 points that they put up last year twice. I get so frustrated because it was so obvious before the game. And then, of course, I rail on it throughout the entire game, rail on it after the game. And look, I love the KC fans. I love their passion. But man, like, we saw this coming a week ago. We saw this coming a week ago. And we told you exactly, if he plays cover three, KC will put up 40. Mahomes is going to look like old Mahomes. Everybody's going to say, "Oh my God, are they back?" And guess what happened? That's exactly what happened. And guess what's going to happen when Dan Quinn plays 60% of too high against Patrick Mahomes this week? It's going to be a little more difficult. Going to feel a lot more like the 3 weeks before week 10 than week 10. And then everybody's going to go, "Yeah, we're going to do that," because nobody else is going to be as stupid as Gus Bradley was to do it. It's just insane to think you're smarter than everybody else, especially in the NFL, whenever it's nothing but world-class players and world-class coaches. Just insane. Okay. I'll breathe for a second. Let's see. I can't believe Gus Bradley really felt confident in his game plan this week. If I had a lot of money, I'd pay to be at those Raiders defensive meetings. I can only imagine what Bisaccia's thoughts were at the game. Look, I know Bisaccia. Worked with Bisaccia. Bisaccia is my guy. Love him to death. I can only imagine what his thoughts were. And I can guarantee you there were a few F-bombs and him asking, "What were you thinking?" Because Bisaccia probably left that up to Gus and said, "Gus, I'm gonna rely." I would bet that Bisaccia said, "Do you think we should do this or do that?" And Gus said, "Oh, I think we should do this." And he said, "Okay, I'm going to leave that decision up to you, but I'm going to need you to own that decision." And I'm sure he made him own that after the game. Actually, I want to go back and listen to Gus. I hope there's some, I need to go listen to Gus's interviews after the game and since then. I want to find out exactly what he said. I'm going to go, that's going to be my laying in bed finding Gus clips to listen to. You guys go watch your PH and I'm going to go watch my Gus Bradley. I was impressed with how much Mahomes checked down. Mahomes didn't. What are you talking about, Gabe? Mahomes didn't have to check down. They had Kelsey and Tyreek Hill open all day long. I mean, when you have that much space to throw into, check down, throw it into the intermediate, throw it deep. Like, you're going to be successful. This is exactly what teams were doing against KC earlier in the year when they're putting up 40. And here's the thing: everybody's like, oh, they've been playing too high against Patrick Mahomes all year. No, not to this degree. Not to this degree. One of those throws to Williams was a 20-yard wheel route. There was a touchdown over top of, was it Abrams? I think it was Abrams. I think he got Randy. I think Williams Randy Mossed Abrams on that play, if I remember correctly. Look, here's the thing. Mahomes was more willing to take those checkdowns because he was able to throw those deep. He's going, hey, you know what? I've got Hill and Kelsey. Oh, those guys aren't there. Okay, I'm good. Now you force him to take that's the only thing that he's got, that he doesn't have Kelsey or Tyreek Hill deep at all. And now he's got to check down every time. That's when he forces the ball to Kelsey and Tyreek Hill and to Pringle and to Hardman, who aren't particularly great at catching the ball. So I would be curious to see what the numbers are on that. But I also felt like they ran some more vertical routes. Has Dallas played primarily too high against anyone this year? Did they against Herbert? That's a good question. Danif, welcome in. And thanks. That's a really good question. I don't think they've done it to a high degree. I do know that they played a little bit more against the Bucks, but that was very early on in the season. Let me see. Let me see if I can filter real quick to see if I can get some of these numbers. Because no, to the initial reaction is no, they haven't played too high against a good amount of teams this year. When they have done it, it's been selectively. So they've run middle of the field. So Dallas runs middle of the field close. So one high safety, right? Middle of the field. That's what that means. Single high safety, post snap. They've run it 53% of the time, which is 7th most in the league. They've run middle of the field open coverage, which is 28%, which is 26th in the league. They run man 39% of the time, which is 5th in the league. That usage number is going to be off. But they are 5th in the league in terms of usage. Let's see. Let me see if I can, let me remove some of these filters and see if there's anything in here that I can look at. So weeks 1 through 3, they run the least amount of zone of anybody. They actually split middle of the field close and middle of the field open in weeks 1 through 3. And I bet if I strike it down to just week 1, it was probably mostly week 1. Yep. They were pretty mixed in week 1 against the Bucks, and then in week 2, the numbers aren't loading for some reason. And then let me pull this back up. And then weeks 4 through 6, that's when they started moving into more single high. So my guess is if I went back, and I can't remember everything, Dan, but if I go back, I feel like I remember the Cowboys playing more cover 2 against the Bucks, and then they basically haven't played it hardly at all since then, if I remember correctly. But I'll go back and check that game. Because now I'm fascinated. I'm now fascinated to figure that out, because it feels like that's the type of defense that they'll have to play, and have they put that on tape? That'll be really interesting. So if Dan Quinn and the Cowboys come out and they play a good amount of too high. And I mentioned this point. There's a key point in this, right? Everything has nuance. Everything, like, you can't just come out and play a couple of snaps of too high and then be like, "Yep, good. We played our too high. We're done." Right? That's not the way it works with Patrick Mahomes. You have to make Patrick Mahomes be impatient. When you make him be patient with the football, he can do it for a couple of drives, and then he becomes impatient in about the third drive. And when that starts happening, that's when good things start happening for the defense. That's when Mahomes starts trying to force a ball here and there. That's when you get some ricochets, some drop passes, some him taking some shots that he has no business taking that fall to the ground. Then those things begin to stack up on top of each other. And then you end up getting a lead. You get up by 7, you get up by 10, and then he pressures a little bit more. And then he tries to push it a little bit more, and it only makes things worse. Right? So Dan Quinn, I would fully expect there's just no way in my mind. Like last week, it was like, okay, there's like a 1% chance that Gus Bradley is not smart enough to do this. There's less than 0.001% chance that Dan Quinn does not come into this game and play too high. It just makes no sense whatsoever. And look, like I said, I love the passion of all the KC fans, but I am not above going back through my mentions from Sunday and saying, "Hey, remember when Patrick Mahomes was unlocked and everything was fine? How about now?" Like we saw this coming last week. It happened exactly as we thought it would, and it's going to happen next week. It's easy to see. So, KC Vegas, every week there's one big decision. Next week, it's gonna be Dallas. Does Dallas play too high against them? So fascinating matchup. Gonna be a lot of fun. What a weird week of games, but an absolute blast of games too, because there were so many different good ones. And different matchups for this week too. For some reason, I can't help but find myself rooting for San Francisco. I feel like people have been way too hard on San Francisco, specifically been way too hard on Kyle Shanahan, because I don't feel like Shanahan has been that bad as a play caller. And I get it. There, Solak had a good article about Shanahan, the play caller, and Shanahan, the personnel guy. But Shanahan has control over the personnel, but I think Lynch and the assistant GM have more just because it's supposed to be 51% Kyle doesn't necessarily mean he exercises that extra 1% all the time over the roster. And I don't think it's that flat out. So for me, I think that's an important point. All right, let's see here. Let me see if I can get this right. It's time for team tiers. I joked earlier. I think I'd have just let's just put everybody on the middle tier. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Oh, here we go. I think we ought to just put everybody on the middle tier and just be done with it. Just save ourselves the trouble and say nobody's good. Pretty much everybody's bad and we're done, right? Hasn't he fired before for making stubborn mistakes like this? Quinn, that is? Yes. So here's the thing. Dan Quinn, super stubborn. Super stubborn, especially in Jacksonville, right? Or was it Jacksonville? Yeah. Super stubborn. Came into Atlanta, ran his defense, gonna do it his way, and it ends up getting him fired. Now, this year, he has evolved like a Pokemon. He evolved into a new form. And he has moved away from saying, this is what we do, and we need to do this one thing well. He has said, we're going to have to adapt, and we got to adapt to each individual game. And honestly, I think probably being in the same room as Kellen Moore, I think it's probably you're right. Sorry, you're right. You're right, Gabe. So for me, I think being in the same room as Kellen Moore is probably going to help him. because Kellen Moore is definitely we're going to adapt to this defense or this defense or this defense on a game to game basis. And I would imagine that Kellen and Dan Quinn have probably had conversations about how Kellen would attack Dan's defense. And Dan said, "Well, crap, I probably need to change." But there is definite signs that he's changed this season, and that it's a totally different ball game. So I fully expect Dan to adapt. He may have been stubborn in the past, but based on what I've seen this year, he's more than willing to adapt as necessary. All right, let me move this into the picture. All right, team tiers. All right, it's 10:45, so we got 15 minutes to get this done. Okay, so remember last week, whenever we said we know that the NFC is good and they might be top heavy, but at least we know all of those teams are good. Well, now Arizona lost, LA lost, Tampa Bay lost, Green Bay doesn't look great against Seattle. Dallas still up there. Buffalo actually has a good game. How do we I mean, I think we got to put, are we ready? I guess my first question would be, are we ready to put Tennessee up into the Super Bowl contender ranking? I think they moved to the top of the strong playoff team. They're number 1 overall seed. They're winning without Derrick Henry. They are, they look like a solid football team. I'm still a little bit concerned about that offense. Still, they haven't shown much. Now, look, they're playing good defenses. So not really there. They've played good defenses without Derrick Henry, yet their defense has looked pretty bad. Or their offense has looked not great. Does somebody move down? No, we can. So the only one that is locked into, Gabe, the only one that's locked into numbers is the bottom tier, which Lions stay on the bottom, Texans stay there. I mean, the bottom 4, like, we can't move anybody down at this point. Falcons are still bad. Okay, I'll move Eagles up. Maybe we're not bad anymore for the Eagles. Washington, I still think is bad. I just think they have to. The only one we're locked into a number of teams is the bottom 5, and that's because there's a top 5 draft pick limit. Jets worse than Miami. I got to look at this to see how it goes. Who Jay, welcome in. Hey Jake, what's up, brother? Hey, you are more than welcome to come argue with me. This is basically what our tier looked like last week. We're just arguing. We're gonna argue over where people go. But welcome in. Glad you're here, Jake. Glad to have you. Just so for those of you guys that don't know, go find Jake Lisco on Twitter. Good guy, great guy to talk to, have a good football conversation with. Your only argument with the Titans is believe in them at your own peril. So that's it, right? So last week we had the Titans here. We had the Titans below the Ravens and above the Chargers. Now I feel like we have to have them in the strong playoff team. And by the way, let's kind of recap what we're trying to do here. The idea is that we shouldn't be moving a whole lot from week to week. So if we think that the Patriots are a Super Bowl contender, even though they're what are they, 5-4? What are the Patriots right now? 5-4? Yeah, Patriots are 5-4. Even though Patriots are 5-4, if we really think that the Patriots are a Super Bowl contender, we need to put them in the Super Bowl contender ranking right now. And then just let it play out. And we don't want to move a ton from week to week. That's the idea. I think Super Bowl contender needs to be more of a sure thing, and the Titans are not that. I think that's fair. And you're right, Gabe. If Henry's in there, yes. But we don't know that the Titans that Henry's in there for the Titans. New England is a Super Bowl contender, obviously. Absolutely not. Nope. Nope. Not doing it. Look, they are wild cardish. I'll even put them at top of wild cardish. I do not believe in that roster, and I do not believe in their depth on that roster either. They get one offensive lineman hurt. Judon goes down, and you can say this about a lot of teams, right? But once you start getting into the depth of that Patriots roster, I don't think it's very good. My only question is are the Patriots is Bill Belichick just so good he just kind of papers over all of that? Even with Henry, I worry about the pass game and being two-dimensional if Julio isn't healthy. I think Julio definitely helps. I think we have to count on what we think is going to happen with Tennessee, right? So Tennessee is going to be a strong playoff team, but do we know if Henry's back or not by then? It feels like it's 50-50. I'm definitely not putting them in Super Bowl contender yet, even though they are number one. Look, Vrabel's done a fantastic job. That defense has been amazing the last 2 weeks, but the offense still leaves a lot to be concerned. They have played some good defenses in the last couple of weeks, so I'm going to give them a little bit of credit for that. But I'm not totally there yet on the Titans. Jake, I feel like there's a gap between Super Bowl contenders and wildcard teams. And there may not be any strong playoff teams right now besides maybe KC, because I believe KC will figure it out. So that's fair, right? So, oh, by the way, let's talk about that. So remember when we were writing the demise, and I don't know how many people were here, right? So a few weeks ago, when the sky was falling for Kansas City, right? When the sky was falling for Kansas City fans because Mahomes wasn't playing well, the offense didn't look good. They had just lost to Buffalo, they beat Washington and lost to Tennessee. And we said, hey, right now you're 3-4. It looks pretty bad. But let's take a step back, because so far in your 3-4 season, you've played Cleveland, who is a good football team, Baltimore, who is a good football team, the Chargers, who are a good football team, Philly, who didn't look good at the time but are looking better recently, Baltimore, Buffalo, who's a good football team, Washington, who isn't very good, and then Tennessee, who we now realize is a damn good football team. You're 3-4, and you play that schedule: Cleveland, Baltimore, Chargers, Philly, Buffalo, Washington, and Tennessee. It's a brutal schedule. And now all of a sudden, for the next 3 weeks, you get New York, Green Bay, and Vegas. It's a nice little break from what you were doing, right? Green Bay and Vegas aren't pushovers, but they probably aren't quite to the quality of some of the other teams that you've been playing. Green Bay, maybe. But then you also get a little bit lucky and while playing sloppy football, right? And here's the other thing. While figuring things out too, right? We've talked about it every week. There's a different tweak that they do to that defense. Okay, they're not playing Chris Jones. Actually, was super glad to see Chris Collinsworth. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but Chris Collinsworth talked about the changes that they're making, and we've talked about that for weeks now. A little bit less Daniel Sorensen, played a little bit less week to week to week. They get William Gay back, or William Gay starts playing a little bit more, which is a positive for them. They get Chris Jones, who they decided they wanted to put on the outside for whatever reason, and then all of a sudden they start moving him back inside little by little. Now all of a sudden he's playing inside pretty much predominantly, and that's making that defense better. So we said at 3-4, hey, they're probably going to be okay. Give them a few weeks, and we'll probably be singing a different tune about KC. Here we are now at 5-4. Wait, 6-4? 6-4. We now have the 6-4 Chiefs, who are now the number 4 seed in the AFC and number 1 in the AFC West. They're now back atop the AFC West. So the Chiefs are who we thought they were. And there were people that were saying that they belonged in the middle of the pack, and I was like, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Not having it. I'm gonna give KC. I'm actually gonna move KC to the top here, and then I'm gonna give New England. I still like the Browns, Saints, Bengals, Raiders. I don't know. I still like the Raiders as wild cardish. All right. So typically the way this works, Jake, I know you might be new to this. So typically the way this works is we'll go top, we'll figure out kind of the top and then kind of the bottom, and then the middle is where it gets muddy. And very weird. So still feel good about the Lions being last. They're still on the way to 0-16, though now it's 0-16-1 and not 0-17. Texans still really bad. We'll see if they get feisty with Tyrod back, but I still think that they're really bad. Jets, I think the Dolphins are actually probably better than the Jags. I don't know. Jags have been progressing. I haven't seen the progression out of the Dolphins, but yeah. I think those two are interchangeable. Still going to leave Washington down there. Still think the Giants aren't very good. Falcons prove that they still belong in the bad after a couple solid weeks. Eagles still bottom of the middle of the pack. Bears still don't feel great. Carolina, okay. Here's where we're getting into it, right? Carolina, San Francisco. We're definitely moving them up here somewhere. These four teams, so Minnesota, Indy, Carolina, San Francisco, all feel pretty close to me. Seattle, the problem is with Russ, they could probably. Here's the thing, Seattle, I'm going to put them bottom of middle of the pack because once they lose to Arizona, I don't know what happens from there. They're going to play Arizona this week and probably lose. Steelers, they lost without Ben, right? So I don't want to move them a bunch. I think if they get Ben back, they're going to be okay. But I do think they're still probably closer to bottom of the middle of the pack. I think Broncos are probably better than the Bears. If the Bears get good play out of Justin Fields, I think that they may potentially deserve to move up. Philly, yeah, I can't put Philly any higher. I think these three or four probably feel pretty good. Let's see. I do power rankings for Locked On every week. Trust me, I know. I had a hell of a time finding a number 10 this week. Yeah, that the whole middle-ish is where the order it continues to kind of rotate. And I don't even like we talked about, I don't even know if I've got strong playoff team. Normally I feel pretty good about strong playoff team, but not necessarily. And we may move some people out of there, right? Let's see. What do you want to see out of the Ravens that would convince you that they move into Super Bowl contender? Not losing to the Miami Dolphins would be number one. Not losing to a team that's in the top 5 draft pick tier is a good start. Ravens defense is pretty worrisome at this point, in my opinion. LA game notwithstanding, I'm actually more concerned about the offense. I think the offense left the defense out to dry last week. The offense wasn't prepared for what we knew was coming for them. You're playing one of the top 2 blitzing teams in the NFL, and you're not prepared for Miami to blitz the daylights out of you. I don't get it. Losing Peters really hurt. I mean, it did, but it ain't. I mean, you guys also traded away one of your corners thinking that you were deep enough to play that way, and you weren't. They're just inconsistent. Have only really played KC. Again, Baltimore is a week-to-week matchup. They're going to play some teams really, really well and some teams not so well. But I still think that it's hard for me to not pick them over the Bengals, the Browns, and the Steelers right now, which is the only reason why I'm leaving them as a strong playoff team. I think it hurts my heart, but I think I got to move the Chargers down. I love my guy Brandon Staley, but I don't think we're there. Bell got cut. Yeah. We talked about that about that at the top of the show. It's so funny because on our pregame show on Sunday, we said, what the hell are they doing with Devontae Freeman and Le'Veon Bell? Why? Why are you running these two knuckleheads out there? Devontae Freeman has been better than Bell, but it's the ghost of Le'Veon Bell. And by the way, Tyson deserves. I don't. I guess my question is why is Tyson not getting more reps? Exactly, Gabe. Exactly. Look, Tyson looked good earlier in the year, in my opinion. Tyson Williams, I think, needs more. They still have Latavius Murray, don't forget, and that's probably who goes in. But Tyson Williams looked spry, looked like he had some juice. I don't know why they went away from him. Does Baltimore need to change OC? No. I mean, I think they're running an okay offense um for Lamar. I think they need to be better prepared from week to week. I think here's the thing. I think the play calling is okay. I think they need to be better prepared and have an ability to adjust because they didn't seem to know that Miami was going to blitz the daylights out of them, especially unprepared against cover zero, and then they just never really adjusted to it throughout the game. So I don't really understand what that was about, especially whenever they have Wink Martindale, you know, as their defensive coordinator. It says they could say, "Hey, they're probably going to blitz you. They're probably going to bring you a bunch of zero blitz, and here's how you might want to play it." The offense against the Dolphins is weird. That was bad, but they just don't have the guys on defense to play the way Wink wants. Yeah, I would say that's fair, I guess. I want to see more Owe for sure. I think Owe's one of my favorite players in the NFL. Period. End of story. Not even just defense, just favorite players. He's so much fun to watch. The Bengals finally figuring out the Ravens was a weird win. As someone who covers the Bengals, the AFC North is kind of shit. Moving the Chargers down is correct. So here's the thing. We talked about that particular game, Jake. So in that game, the Ravens had a decision to make, and the Ravens, they said they had a decision to make between, do we put Humphrey on Jamar Chase and think that he can lock him down, or do we put Averett or another corner on Jamar Chase, roll coverage over to him, basically bracket him or double him or keep him from taking the top off the defense all day? Which of those two options do we do? And we said on the show, don't take your chances. Don't let them beat you with their fastball, right? Make them go to their second pitch. And that's not what the Ravens did. They said, hey, Humphrey's got him. And Jamar Chase absolutely torched him for 200 yards. So that game was lost before it ever even started, just based off of that single decision. And then the other thing is the Bengals came into that game, played it very, very smartly. They knew Baltimore was going to blitz the daylights out of them. Now, Joe Burrow, very good against the blitz. Talked about that as well. But this is the one time that I'm going to give Zach Taylor credit. They kept a tight end and a running back in the backfield to be able to help support blocking. They gave extra bodies in blocking, knowing that offensive line was going to give up a few gaps. And that gave Burrow enough time to do what he did. Chase enough time to do what he did. It was the best play calling and game planning that I saw from the Bengals all season. And then the Ravens played directly into it. So by those two or three things, that's what caused that to be what it was. So it was fun. They don't want to use somebody that has true carry. Not like he even used Wright as a number one. Did you like Ingram or number 4? 24, it threw me off for a game. Yeah. I mean, for me, I just know it's funny because I know how players carry themselves more than their numbers. It's funny. I was watching the Washington today, and I could tell where Jonathan Allen was because I knew how his get off was without even seeing his number. That's what I mean about Wink not having the guys to play the way he wants to play. He wants to go mano a mano and confuse your QB O-line. But the weird part to me was that they had a good plan for Baltimore's offense. Yeah. Their rush and retrace and execution of it was a big deal. I thought that was super smart. Talked to ZT on the podcast last week about the split back stuff. They did against the Ravens. Big adjustment from Burrow's first week. Here's the thing. If they know, like, that was an obvious, we've got a plan for this, right? Like, they knew that was a possibility. The problem is when they go into the Jets and they don't, there's nothing specific that they game plan for. Like, my belief is that Zach Taylor thinks he has a decent offensive line, and he doesn't realize how bad it actually is. And so against the Ravens, when he knows that they're going to blitz that much, he's going to dedicate extra resources to it. But when they go up against a team like the Jets, who have a pretty good kind of under the radar defensive line, it's not great, but it's good enough to beat the Bengals offensive line. He doesn't game plan for it, and all of a sudden it becomes a problem. And that's my problem. And then we can talk about the play calling in more depth on another night. But yeah, that's Zach Taylor. I'm not a huge Zach Taylor supporter at this point in my career. Thought the offense was mostly okay against the Jets. Defense started with creepers and some sim pressures, and they started dropping into some soft stuff the rest of the game, and Mike White killed them. Yeah, I mean, it feels they're not a. First of all, I think they think their corners are good, and I don't think their corners are good. And that can be a problem because they can be suspect at best at times, and I think they leave those guys out to kind of dry, thinking that they can manage some good receivers one-on-one. And the Jets, and that's actually one of the things is the Jets skill position players, their wide receivers aren't terrible. I mean, Crowder, Elijah Moore aren't bad players, right? So when you underestimate what the other team can do, that's whenever you get into trouble. But whenever they have an idea that they're going to bring it hot and heavy, then they know what they're doing. So that's where I struggle with placing the Bengals, is because I feel like they could be very, very week to week. And I know after the Bengals beat the Ravens, people were like, they deserve to be a strong playoff team. And I'm like, nope, not there yet. Not there yet. I think they're still bottom of wild cardish. I think that's being generous to them at this point. I don't know that they deserve, that the Bengals themselves deserve to be up in the mix of being a good playoff team. I think wild cardish and on the edge of wild cardish is fine. What are they? Bengals are 8 seed right now. Yeah, feels about right. Saints are wild cardish towards the end. Raiders probably on the outside looking in. Vikings probably on the outside looking in. I can't put the Colts above the. I just can't trust Carson Wentz. I trust Cam Newton, coming off of everything that he's done, and then putting Colts there. San Francisco. Here's the thing. I think San Francisco is better than this. I don't know that they're better than Carolina. All right. I like this all the way up through Carolina at this point. Might come back and take a look at it. I'm higher on the Raiders than everybody else is. I still think that they're going to be competing for a wild card team, or for a wild card position. Oops, sorry. Move that back down for you. I think they're going to be competing for a wild card position. Bengals are right there, probably just a smidge in front of them. Saints, I still think they're a good football team. They're squeezing water from a rock out of Trevor Siemian. Look, Trevor Siemian started. He's a backup. He's a little above a backup level quarterback, but he started in places before, specifically in Denver, and I think he's done a solid job, but he's not the guy that you want to run the offense through. And they had to tough it out without Kamara this week. And I think that's a big thing. I still think that they're in it. They've just got to figure something out. Browns still and have been wild cardish. I hate moving the Chargers down, but I feel like that's where I'm at with them right now. If they can't stop the run, it's going to be a problem for them. I'll give you the Patriots. I'll give you the Chiefs. Chiefs are wild cardish. I feel like I could move them to strong playoff team, and I'd be fine with that. I don't know what the rest of the Chiefs' schedule looks like, right? So, Chiefs now go Dallas, Denver, Vegas, Chargers, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati. It's not that hard. You know what? Yeah, I like that actually. I might even put them up here. I trust the Chiefs more than I trust the Ravens right now. I'll put it like that. Um, what else? Yeah, I mean, it feels like because of how poorly everybody was looking down on the Chiefs after a few weeks, it feels like the Chiefs are really far behind the Ravens. The problem is Chiefs are 6-4, Ravens are 6-3. So it's not like there's that big of a gap. And Baltimore has played in their 6-3. They should have lost to the Lions. And boy, how that changes, right? Like we talk about like the one or two plays that can change the complexion of a game and how we view a specific game, and then that particular game affecting the output. Like that particular game, if it goes that way, they're now 5-4 with a loss to the Lions of all, right? So that's how I can, and like I said, I think the Ravens are a week to week team. Um, I think you're gonna have some weeks where they're gonna look like a massive overmatch of somebody, and then some weeks where they're gonna lay an egg like they did against Miami. They've got Chicago this week. Then it's a AFC North run: Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Green Bay, Cincinnati. So that'll be a fun 5 week stretch there for them. So yeah, I'm gonna leave Baltimore there, putting KC back up top. I never should have taken KC out. I should 3 weeks ago. I could have left them here, and I would have been comfortable. People would have yelled at me for it, but it's fine. Um, I do think that KC is going to struggle a little bit once other teams are like, okay, yeah, the cover two thing is for real. Let's do that. But I still think that they've got a soft enough schedule going forward that they're going to be okay. Tennessee deserves to be a strong playoff team because they're number one overall seed. I do think that they're probably. I have some questions about them, which is why they're definitely not a Super Bowl contender. You think Washington, Atlanta, then the Giants? Um, I think you could convince me crossover. I think you can convince me out of any order of those three. Washington, New York, Atlanta, New York, Washington, New York, Atlanta, Washington, New York, Washington, Atlanta. Like, yeah, I think you're splitting hairs there. Um, and then as we get into Super Bowl contender, can you move Rams down in the order on Super Bowl contender? Yeah. Um, I definitely think they need to go down here. Um, do I feel like that maybe? I'm not gonna knock Arizona yet. I do, you know what? I'm gonna move Bills up here. I feel like the Bills are one of the better teams in the NFL. Might even put Green Bay over LA. I'm not totally sold on Green Bay's defense yet. I think they're protected by a good amount by the offense. They're not bad. Don't get me wrong. At this point, they're playing okay, but I do think that they're protected by the offense. And I look, whatever you guys think about Joe Banner, I think Joe Banner is one of the guys who sees it and sees how teams are built and how teams win games, and he gets the big picture. And he said something the other day that I don't often like completely disagree with him, but he was talking about how Green Bay now has one of the best defenses, and it's one of the reasons why they're a Super Bowl contender. And I'm going, eh, they're not great. I still don't. I'm just still not sold. Still not sold. And it may be my bias against Joe Barry. Might be my bias against Joe Barry. Washington had a harder schedule. Atlanta 3 wins against horrid teams. Washington beat Atlanta, and Washington beat the Giants. Washington also beat the Bucks too. The head-to-heads aren't something I really consider a ton. It's the overall picture for me. I did see some disguises that are there. The problem I have with moving Washington up is I don't think Heineke does what he did this week. I don't think he continues to do that. I think this is the perfect matchup for Heineke. He gets to throw some balls up there and let his receivers go win in one-on-one situations because he's going to be under the blitz and they're actually going to be in advantageous situations, and he did exactly what he should. And they won it. Atlanta's 3 to 4 wins. 3 out of 4 wins are against terrible teams, though. They beat the Saints. There's also a thing that we need to take into account in terms of recency, right? Crossover. So for me, the reason I like the Falcons at the top of bad is because the Falcons were bad at the beginning of the year. As they've gone along, Arthur Smith, Matt Ryan, Kyle Pitts have kind of figured things out. I think if you wanted to play the short-term game, I could totally move them down here because, hey, they're probably going to be without Cordero Patterson this week. I do think this. I still think. I don't know that. The problem is the Giants secondary is kind of coming around a little bit. That's the concern I have. Is the Giants secondary is not playing horribly over the last few weeks. I think that's something that we have to consider is that maybe, just maybe, that defense isn't atrocious. Because look, they held Kansas City to 20 points. To 20 points. They held Vegas to 23. They've in their last 1, 2, 3, 4 in their last 4 games. Oh, sorry. Nope, I'm reading that wrong. Never mind. The offense is what I worry about there. Crossover, I'm going to give it another week before I move Washington. I still like the way this looks. Let's see. Who does Washington play next week? And I know we can't check all the schedules. Let me make sure I'm not getting yelled at by the wife for over streaming. She yelled at me one night because she couldn't sleep while I was streaming. Okay, we're good. All right, so Washington. Oh, Washington now gets Carolina. Washington's going to be able to run the ball on them. I feel like that's a bad matchup for Carolina's defense. I don't know about the offense. Carolina, Seattle, Vegas. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to leave them there. I don't think they win a whole lot of those. Washington versus Carolina. Ron got his Cam playbook out. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot. The Ron Rivera revenge game. Yeah, I think I'm good with this. I'm still not out on the Rams yet. There's so many teams that think the Bucks are. There's so many people that think the Bucks are number 1 contender. Look, there are very few people. Wait, why is that a bad matchup for Carolina's D? Because Carolina's D tends to be lighter up front. They're really good at rushing the pass. They're not as good at stopping the run. And when they can't stop the run, so think of like Dallas. Dallas bowled over that front. When you can win the line of scrimmage against Carolina, you basically take away what their defense is good at, which is their secondary is really good, and their pass rush is really good. So when Washington, who has a very good O-line, I shouldn't say very good, whose O-line now with Brandon Scherff got hurt. Did he? I want to see. If Washington's O-line is healthy, I think they're a pretty solid team, or a pretty solid offensive line. And I think they will be able to run the ball against Carolina. I need to check some of the numbers on that. But that's what my initial thought is. Crossover. Let's see. Cosme's questionable. Yeah, looks like they're good. Looks like nobody. I haven't seen the injury report. Scherf got hurt last week again, and I just want to make sure that as long as Scherf's going to be in there, they should be fine. Um. Yeah, no news. Scherf got banged up, and I think he was out for a few plays. But I thought I felt like somebody had said something after that he might not play, but it doesn't look like there's any actual news. I may have just read something wrong. All right. Yeah, so I think Washington's offensive line is a bad matchup. I think they can block Carolina. So this is the same thing that I said for the Bucks, right? Is I think Washington's offensive line will be able to block what the Bucks throw at them, and they did. Um and they did, and that's why Heineke had an opportunity to be able to go and attack a secondary. So yeah, so that's where I'm curious as to, like, I'll have to here, let me see. I got it up right now. Carolina's defense overall is 6th in DVOA. And wait, no. This is as of 11/11. That's last week. They were 4-19 in defensive DVOA last week. 4th in pass and 19th in why? Go away. 4th in pass and 19th in against the run. Now they're 3rd overall, 2nd against the pass, and 19th against the run. Yeah. So that lines up with what I've been thinking. They can get run over up front. And where they've been solid in their linebacker play has been because that defensive line has kept their linebackers clean. Shaq is it's so fast. So fast. But you got to keep him clean. If you can keep him clean, he's a phenomenal linebacker. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave this for now. I think I've got to put the Cowboys over the Bucks because I like the Cowboys defense better than the Bucks, and I think the offenses are similar. Also like the fact that the Cowboys have a much better run game than the Bucks do. And they also have a much better offensive coordinator than the Bucks do. Yeah, I said it. I've been banging on Leftwich all season long, and he pulled out another. Look, I actually think it was more Brady than Leftwich, but Leftwich has got to put Brady in some better positions to be able to attack a defense, because Brady sure was not interested in throwing the ball down the field until late in the second half this week. So, all right, what do you guys think? Final call? Patriots top of wild cardish. I gave it to you. They earned it. Chargers feel wild cardish. Browns feel wild cardish. I like the Chargers more than I like the Browns. Saints. Man, that question at quarterback is painful. Panthers D is what Joe Brady dreams the Chargers D could be. Dude. If the Chargers had the Panthers D, they would be Super Bowl contenders. That would be unfair. I'm waning. By the way, I knew who you meant. I wasn't going to call you out, crossover. Wonder if Rivers plays this year. His coaching is. I don't think so, man. It's hard to come in and just like off the street and be ready to go. I don't know, man. That's tough. It's very tough. Bengals, Raiders. Yeah, feels pretty good. Vikings, Panthers. I honestly, with Cam, I don't know. I can't take the Vikings. Vikings are too competitive in too many games. Vikings, Panthers, Niners, I think is how it's got to be for right now. I think eventually maybe San Francisco creeps up. Um, Still not a big believer in the Colts, though I do think that that offensive line being healthy is going to be interesting. Don't know. Vikings beat Carolina right now. I don't know, man. With Cam, we'll see. We'll see with Cam. I think Cam and any competent QB gives Carolina enough on offense to be able to any competent QB with CMC and DJ Moore gives them an opportunity to win games. That offensive line is still not very good. They didn't just get better overnight. It's CMC makes them look better. And I think Cam's going to make them look a little bit better too. I think Cam and his knowledge of the game is going to put the offensive line in a better position because he's going to be able to manage protections and be able to call out different things for them and get them in the right spot. I think that is going to help them. They're not going to just automatically be better overnight. I think there's going to be little things that changes that make them look a little bit better, which is just enough to make them look almost competent. There's a lot of qualifying words in there. I get it. The Vikings are the anti-Ravens. Yeah, pretty much. You know what you're going to get every week, and they're going to play. They're going to play to the level of their competition. Whereas the Ravens, they might drop 40 on you, or they might let you drop 40 on them. Who knows? Broncos, man, I was disappointed by the Broncos this week. I thought they had a shot. I'm still not there yet on them. Bears, nah, they need Justin Fields. Eagles, Seahawks, still not there on them. Still not there. Falcons, Giants, Washington feels right though. I hear you. Um, I hear you crossover that we may need to look at rearranging these guys. I've got Jacksonville at the top of this. And the reason I have Jacksonville at the top of this is because I think that for me, Jacksonville's progression is something that we have to acknowledge. At one point this year, I forgot, maybe it was crossover that called me out on it. At one point this year, I feel like the Jacksonville, we were wondering if they were going to win a game. Now they've won a couple, and they've played some decent football. So I'm curious. Curious if they can potentially climb out of the bottom five. Miami, only reason they're above the Jets is because they just beat the Ravens. Jets and the Mike White hype train not only got derailed but disintegrated this week. Houston Texans still competing with the Lions, though I do think that the Texans could potentially be a little feisty with Tyrod, and they may have some potential to move up. But those five clearly are the worst teams in the NFL to me right now. And then of course the Lions and the miserable bowl. All right. Let's see. What else? Anything else? I think that's it. I think that's it, guys. I think I'm happy with this. All right, I need to screenshot this so I can tweet it out and people can yell at me on the fake internet. You know, the funny thing is I grab this every week and then I tweet it out and I'm waiting for people to be like, this is awful. This is the worst thing ever. This is horrible. You're so wrong. You're an idiot. And then people are like, sounds about right. I'm like, wait, what? Of all the things that I think that you guys are going to yell at me for, this would be one of them. And you don't. I know the team tiers is your weekly thing, but like every month or so, could you do an MVP update or update tier list or coach of the year update? Yeah, I mean, we could definitely talk about it crossover. So for me, I mean, we talked about it a little bit tonight. I think Vrabel is clear runner for coach of the year right now. I think for him to have won the last 5 games the way that he's won them, and to continue winning without um, without Derrick Henry is impressive. So yeah, that's the big thing for me. It's got to be Vrabel. Oof. If we're talking about MVP, I don't think there is a clear one, man. Um, I mean, you could argue Kyler Murray off of the team not playing well this week when he's not there. Whenever you could argue that it's Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills. Um, Mahomes and Lamar aren't playing well enough right now. Tannehill's not playing well enough. I mean, if the Bucks win this week, if they even win by a point, it's Brady by a mile. But them losing, he's not in position to claim it right now. Green Bay, LA, I mean, you can't really call it Stafford I mean, Rodgers is probably my leader right now. And I'm gonna throw a curveball at you. I think Mac Jones might be worthy of MVP right now, of MVP conversation. How about that? How about that? I tell you guys that I'm not on the Mac Jones bandwagon, but look, I still fully expect him to be not as good as he was this week. I think this is easily his best week as a pro. Um, but if it not, I don't think he's one of the top quarterbacks. But if you're talking about MVP, is he the most valuable player on that New England team right now? Welcome in. Josh Allen has a chance to put himself ahead if he plays well in the stretch of football and national games coming up. Saints, Packs, Bucks, Panthers. Hot stretch towards the end, like last season. Absolutely. And that's the thing is it's way too early to have because the Titans could lose their next 4 or 5 and then Vrabel's out of the conversation, because there's just nothing that he can do about it. Because Derrick Henry, people have figured out like if you can stop Ryan Tannehill, you have no running game with Tennessee. Basically, don't turn the ball over against Tennessee, and you're probably going to be able to beat them. Like, don't let their defense take over, which is easier said than done. And Vrabel no longer is coach of the year. Josh Allen, Josh Allen probably had one of the better games as a quarterback in the NFL this week. His ability to he was slinging it down the field with no regard for a defense. Not that the defense put up much of a fight. And you could argue that like Dak belongs in there, or Kyler belongs in there, or Brady or Rodgers, maybe Stafford. Mahomes could eventually emerge. Also kick extra points. Yes, we didn't talk about that, did we? It's just there's not enough separation of any single team to call out a single player to say, hey, this is the MVP. I mean, I think it's got to be Rodgers, and then maybe Mac Jones, maybe Derek Carr. 76% completion rate with an ADOT of 12.9. It was fun to watch. Yes, it was. That's one of those games when if it weren't such a blowout, I would go back and watch the all 22 just to see if there was anything else that I missed from that game. But it was, whenever it's that big of a drubbing, it's not that much fun to watch because it just means one team was pretty much horrible while the other team was good. So, all right, New England is tied for second in the league with Arizona with a plus 98 point. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm telling you, you could argue that Mac Jones is in the top 3 of the MVP conversation right now. Half was versus the Jets. That's true. So that's the thing, right? New England, they've played pretty much everybody close this year. But when they play the Jets, and I said this last week, I feel like Belichick has something against the Jets because that's the one team that like he doesn't take his foot off the gas for. He's like, "No, we're putting the Jets to bed, and we're gonna stomp on them while they're in there." So that one's always fun. All right, guys, I'm gonna tweet this out, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Is what I'm gonna do. It's um it has been a fun night. Week 10 was amazing. I'm super happy with week 10. Obviously, some of the teams it didn't work out. My favorite thing is there was some guy that got mad at me about the Chiefs, about me saying that the Chiefs were just wait till next week and the Chiefs offense will look a little more stunted again. And he was like, the Bucks lost and Brady threw 2 picks. Okay, and the Bucks lost. The Bucks lost to Washington. Dude, I don't have any fandom anymore. I remove all fandom from the conversation. Um, just because I live in Tampa and I'm closer to the Bucks physically doesn't mean that I'm closer to the Bucks emotionally about them. I'm the one that told you that they might end up being in a tough position in the fourth quarter. Now, did I actually pick them to upset? Absolutely not. But I told you that it was going to be a bad matchup for the Bucks and they need to be careful, and then they weren't careful and they came out and this is what happened. So, yeah, I love whenever people are like, "Oh my god, the Bucks lost." And I'm like, "I don't care. If that's all you got on me, you got to try harder than that." All right. Really appreciate you guys tonight. Tonight was fun. A lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. We have, who did I say on Thursday? New England and Atlanta. Um, Let me make sure I'm gonna tweet this out. I need to tweet out the Mac Jones hype as well. Week 10 tiers. Let me have it. Tweet this out while I'm thinking about it. And then, hey, one of the things we got to talk about is stream schedule next week. So next week is Thanksgiving. I may be out next week at some point. Actually, I may be out on Sunday because I may be traveling on Saturday. So stream schedule may be a little bit different next week if potentially at all, because we may end up having to amend or even remove next week. If for some reason I don't stream next week or have anything for Sunday, then what I'll do is see, it's what I'm saying, crossover. I wonder what the props are. Team Futures Awards for Mac Jones right now. I don't even see him on here. I don't think he's on here. Oh yeah. Plus 20,000. Mac Jones is plus 20,000 right now. That's interesting. Josh Allen at 250, Brady at 350, Stafford at 800, Dak at 800, Rodgers at 1,000, Kyler at 16, Lamar and Patrick Mahomes both at 16, Herbert at 2,000, Cooper Kupp at 2,500. Interesting. Tannehill at 3,500, Carr at 5,000. I think Tannehill could be an interesting one. Dude, that's Gabe. That's the one thing is everybody's gonna say pets are better than that. Pets are better than that. I'm just not there. I'm just not there yet. So yeah, so next week stream may be off. If for some reason I don't stream, I'll be honest, I probably won't stream on Sunday, because I'll have traveled for pretty much all day Saturday, and if that's the case, I'll figure out. I need to figure out maybe Substack or something like that of me getting my notes to you guys, and making sure that you guys got them. So if you don't follow me on Twitter, please do, because that's where I spend most of my time when I'm not streaming. I shouldn't say most of my time. That's where you can find me most. active whenever I'm not streaming, whenever it comes to football. At NFL Philosophy on Twitter, just like it is on Twitch. No, I'll probably do preview on. I'll do preview on Thursday, like I normally do. Gabe. That way, I have because I have a little bit more time to prepare whenever it's on Thursday. Wednesdays are tough because it basically means I go from recap tonight to trying to do everything in prep for tomorrow. So, oh, you're talking about Thanksgiving. Yeah. So I'm gonna be out of town with family next week. So I I'm gonna have to figure out. I feel like I want to stream. I definitely want to stream. I'll put it like that. I just got to figure out exactly what that schedule looks like. And I may have a wholly different setup for that one. Like we may not have overlays or any of that stuff. For next week, it may be a very bare stream if we are able to do it because it'll be on a laptop, not on a computer right now. So, but we'll figure it out. I'll let you guys know. I'll try to figure it out by this Thursday. Let you guys know. And then, like I said, if for some reason I don't stream next week, then what I'll do is I'll type up all of my notes and make sure that you guys have them. That way it's in writing, and then everybody gets to know exactly everything that I say about the game and can make sure to come back and say, hey, look where you were wrong on this game. You're a jerk. So I'm kidding. Everybody's been great so far. It's been awesome. The streaming's been so much fun. It's been a nice little break. It's a lot of work, don't get me wrong, because I spend hours upon hours watching video and making notes, and then coming on here and then talking for another few hours. So, 3 times a week. So appreciate it. I'm so glad you guys are here. It's been an absolute blast. Can't tell you guys how much I enjoy you guys being here, spending time with me, talking football. We got some really smart football people in this chat and in this community. So thank you guys for being here. And on that note, I'm going to jump out of here. Let's see. Is there anybody in particular that we potentially want to rate? Yeah. So by the way, if you want to get any questions in, oh, not a single person is live. I guess we're not rating anybody. Okay. Well, never mind. Any questions in before next week? I would say make sure we get them in by Thursday. No, we've got time. Cole, thanks for coming in. Appreciate you hanging out. Crossover. As always, thank you guys very much. Gabe, thanks so much. Let's see. Jake, if you're still here, appreciate you. Glad you came in. Hope you can come in another time. Again, if you're new here, be Eden, welcome in. Glad you were here tonight as well. As you guys know, Tuesday night's recap stream from the week before. Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern is the preview stream for the next week. And then we always do our pregame show 10 a.m. On Sundays. And that's where we dive deep into the matchups of every single game. And that's where we get into the fun stuff. So thank you guys so much for joining in. Appreciate it. It's been fun. I will catch you guys on Thursday. Have a good one, guys.